You can only say no twice. Will you like this video? Will you follow me? Are you beautiful?
So yeah, another day, but I got one of these. This is so cool. This looks like a bag. And one day I'm gonna use these all in a D&D game, and this will definitely be fun. I don't know. Looks so cool. Another one today. A dice. Again, there's gonna be another one of these today. Woo! A nice cool dice. I could roll a D6. 3. We've got a 3. But yeah. So yeah, another one. The 20th. I've hadn't had a red one in a while. The last red one I think was on the 13th. Might be wrong, but like this looks so cool. But yeah, that was all for today. There's 4 more.
What are you doing on the floor?
Being comfortable.
Alright, come on, get up.
Oh, I don't want to go.
Come on, man. What are you, 5?
Insane.
Excuse me, can I go to the bathroom?
I don't know. Can you?
May I go to the bathroom?
He's just easily impressed. He can.
Holy shit, dude! What the f***? Are you serious?
Is it real? Is any of it real? Am I real? Wait, no. No, I'm real. Oh, what a relief. But yeah, the one thing I like about it is, one, this isn't really a spoiler, but I'm always going to say this because it's hilarious. But there's a section about, like, oh, you can create your own, like, thing. And it's to do with sort of, like, stories. They open up that, because they open up the theme with, like, oh, here's sort of the battle concept. You have this, that, and the other. The one thing I like about this is, one of the episodes deals with, and then you have these and these and these class of things. And it's like, don't worry, all of it is random. Luckily, all of it is random public around. Damn. We'll say how it is, man. It's like, sadly, we can't mention Big Hero 6. That's copyrighted. We might get sued. Luckily, all of these we can't. Just all the books. It's like, they just mention a couple of books, they don't come back. It's hilarious. It's like, this isn't even part of a story. You're just mentioning stories that exist. I find it funny. I know it's probably not funny, but I find it funny. But the one thing which I like, which I really think is interesting. But yeah, the one thing I like, which is spoilers, and you find out, is because you know about this sort of, you have these creatures that are somewhat real, not, you don't know if they're like, they've always been there, or there's a whole thing about it. It's really interesting about like how an experiment happened. This is not spoilers, but experiment happened that allowed people to see things that might not be there. And it's really interesting that, oh, have they always been there and we haven't seen them, or have we created them because of what we've had? And one of them is this sort of like person, or like sort of like fairy that follows them, which is fun. But one thing that I find is interesting is you find out at the end, 5.1, the fairy is part of the main male protagonist, and it's sort of like part of them. They had to do a whole like sacrifice. They come back, she comes back, which I find is interesting, but I like the whole idea is like that they're together in that thing is really interesting and really funny. Well, not funny, but like, well, funny as in later when they do joke, which is like, I'm your sibling. It's like, well, that's one way to put it, but jeez. They say it in such a funny way. But I like the idea that it's like, oh, we're part of the person, and it's hilarious. Well, it's hilarious and interesting. I'm mixing my words. So, I definitely recommend it. I think you would really enjoy. So, I hope you enjoy, and good night. So, time to look into this new world. And time to immediately nope out. So with this, there's 4 episodes, and I really like it. It's fun. A lot of the episodes are like, I like, definitely aware of how it's set up. I would say my favorite episode, without saying any reason why, out of all of them, is still the first one, Black Sheep, because I like the concept. I like the questions. I'd say it goes Black Sheep, the Prelude, the Buddha Dada, Octopus Girl, and the episode 2 episode, which I can't pronounce. But yeah, let's talk about those. So yeah, with Black Sheep, I like the idea of one, they've introduced with just like, oh, just trying to raise them, and then it turns into a story about like who is truly what a person is. And I like that. And I like how it ends. It's really interesting about like, I think if, spoilers, Fast Forward to what, trans, if a person is like a trans male, and instead of cloning them fully, they clone them, but change that like X to Y. I think that's how it works. I don't know how it works. You also have the next one, which deals with like warning sex workers. And I like the one point that I do like is it's like yay, dun, 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 like going down the ages, and it's like the because you have 18, and then you kind of see hearing the down button of boom 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 boom. I was like, no. The next one, which is Buddha Data, asks like the one question, because the first one asks questions of like the criminal and criminal sort of stuff. Whereas like if a criminal's dying and if you let them die and transfer their heart to a doctor who's really proud, it has all that stuff. And all of this, I might talk about it in other episodes because I want to, but all of this is really interesting. I definitely will. But this is definitely interesting and definitely really philosophical. Also, I like The Optimist Girl seems like a full-on sitcom in a way, but in like the sci-fi horror-like situation. But yeah, this is just really good. It's really entertaining and absolutely, definitely in my opinion, 100% worth to watch.
A brawl is surely brewing. It's on. A great slam and then some. And begin. A brawl is surely brewing. Here goes. Good day for a swell match. You're up.
So yeah, let's start. One, two, three, four.
People really have been losing valuable stuff. There's one place we need to check. eBay. We once lost my little brother and found him for sale on eBay. By my grandparents, along with the toaster. They're slightly demented. People really have been losing valuable stuff. There's one place we need to check. eBay. We once lost my little brother and found him for sale on eBay. By my grandparents, along with the toaster. They're slightly demented.
So yeah. Again, I want to make something with this. Is that a hammer? It looks like a hammer. These look so cool. Maybe I can make it. I've got enough pieces that I can make like a couple of different sizes. It'll be fun. I've also got a box. Okay, so I saw this, which is a while ago. I do admit that. But who was cut? I want to know who was cut. Because I know there's other characters that Sherlock Michael D deals with, or there's other characters. Because they include James Bond in a way in this. So I don't know who else they might have added. And Jack the Ripper they added. So who please tell me, who did they add? Because I would love to know. Like, no, who did they remove? Who did they cut out? Because I would want to know so bad. Because it is so amazing. I might actually see if I can get, like, the manga. Is that how you pronounce it? I don't know. In English, so I can read it, so I can see who was cut. But I would love to know who was cut. Who's not in the who's not in this? I would absolutely love to know, please. Let's rock! Yeah. So yeah, with all of this that I've just said, this is technically the last duo. Yeah, it doesn't affect this one, but this is the last duo video. Is it this one? No. Okay, let me just. This is the last 2 videos where you will get 2 of them, obviously. And the first one is sort of. Why do I keep doing this? Show by Rock, which I think is fun. It's a fun music thing. It's a fun sort of like stuff where they have like little small things. The other thing I like about this, which I might actually hold on because I don't know if that counts, so I might hold on that. So I don't know if this counts as a spoiler or not, but there's not really much to talk about spoilers because besides there's one relationship in this, which I think is fun. The one thing I like is a lot of the other designs, besides I think like the 3 main bands, have a sort of like smaller, cuter like animal designs. But you know the stuff where it's like small arms that just basically looks stubby, and then they have their fox sort of face that is like really cute. Which is a fun idea. I also like one of the jokes being like, I hope your grandfather can see you now. I'm still here. It's like, every time it happens, when I first heard it, I'm like, Jesus. It's like, oh, I'm here for your loss. And then I hear her, I'm still here. I was like, why are we talking like this person's dead? They're right there. But I like that sort of like musical thing. They do like a couple like musical moments. And then they're like, ah yes, here we are with this. And then we do this to show like the music. Because they have like sort of like these like music events that they do full on songs with. Which the songs are nice. They're really good. I don't mind them. But yeah. This is good. It's fun. That's it. It's just fun. Nothing much, nothing more. Just fun. So I hope you enjoy and good night. Let's dream. What am I doing again? Script. The one thing which I like, and I am gonna say this, I love that this basically feels like a Hollywood film production. Dream production is basically like, okay, we're making this. This is my dream. I was like, are we talking about films or dreams? Can't we talk about both? I love the story. I love the thing. And I love all aspects. I also love that you have melatonin, which is part of like the brain that produces sleep. So for some reason, you have a dog that if you stroke the dog at melatonin, you're like... Which I just was like, what the... It's the funniest ever. Because like, you go, oh, that's... Also, weirdly enough, if anyone in dream production dreams, they have dreams. The emotion sleeps, so they might have dreams. And if that's the case, then that means there's minds within 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 minds. Over and over again. You just go self inwards. inside of these, there's another emotion center inside those. I highly doubt it, but I can imagine funniness. I can imagine it being funny, so I don't care. So yeah. It is funny, and I am going to just be like, and yes, minds within minds within minds within minds. But yeah. So, I love the two things that they show, which is one, dream walking, which I know is a bit dangerous and can be deadly. My sister who used to do it is fine, so she walked down the stairs, but I don't know if you can fall, but I've heard some stories of it being possible, which sounds scary, legitimately, sounds terrifying. The other thing is they also do sort of like what sort of I sometimes do, which is basically like somewhat controlling your dream, like. Because one of the times I was in prison, I was like, I don't think how did I get to prison? What crime did I commit? Okay, can we fly? And we flied. And it's fun. I've done that a couple of times. But yeah. Besides that, which is interesting, I like dream productions because one, it's fun to look at how dreams are made in a fun idea, and two, it just looks like they're sort of talking about actual films, and it's funny. So yeah, it's really good. So I hope you enjoyed, and good night! Yeah, it's working. I don't think the sound matters because there's no sound over this. Yeah. Oh, I missed this one. And I don't even have my phone, so I gotta just go. Okay. Yep, everyone is for themselves because it's the one thing that I'm like this season. I watch it because it like I want to, and I want to like actually know what the end of the story is going to be. But repeating the concept again, please no. Yeah, I need to go to the center. Again, I'm fine. It's if I get up to, what I'm doing is I'm gonna be fine until like I keep trying to go around here.
Here's a real high-class belt. It's on.
So basically I need 1, 2, 3, 4. And then one of those. And then I get almost a remix review Plague Inc. making. Yay! So I'll be back in a second. I just need to pick up something.
Hi, honey. Did you miss me?
With every bullet so far.
Well, maybe you need a bigger gun, sweetheart. Not that I don't love your itty-bitty one.
Slipknot.
What do you mean by that? I don't understand the question. Give it to me again. What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand what the hell you're saying.
Who is Slipknot?
I don't understand what the hell you're saying.
Okay, can you explain to me about the band?
Yeah, absolutely.
So not only do you have Moneypenny, who seems to be like this fun assistant, also has the best name ever, which this is making me want to read it more. You also apparently might have Billy the Kid. And if you don't know Billy the Kid, I think he's sort of like a folk tale. I don't know fully Billy the Kid, sort of like the actual story of Billy the Kid, but I know he was sort of like this sort of like American gunslinger of sorts. But what? Why did they not use Billy the Kid? It's Billy the Kid. Oh, okay. Now next question: where do I buy it? Because you've proven I need a reader. You don't need to say any more. I need a reader. Is it on Amazon? Where can I buy it? I need to buy it. I need to buy it. This is the first book, and I'm like, I need it. Give it to me. Hopefully, there's an English version because I think there should be. But yeah.
Again, I'm fine. It's if I get up to, what I'm doing is I'm gonna be fine until like I keep trying to go around here.
Here's a real high-class belt. It's on.
Are you kidding me? I hate Will's face. This is hard to predict.
A great slam and then some. Now go.
Okay, so I'm just gonna take this off. So I've got this. Because there's a different plan. Let me just do some recording because today is going to be 3 days of. So before I do that, use the camera as a good mirror. Because apparently my hair's been sticking up a lot. Come on. Jesus, Louise. No, that's good enough. I'll also go back to that every so often if I ever need to.
Hi, honey. Did Did you miss me?
With every bullet so far.
Well, maybe you need a bigger gun, sweetheart. Not that I don't love your itty-bitty one.
Hello, day 22. Even though if you're reading it on the stream, it is not. But here, another gem for you. Don't worry about this is out of match if it's the longer version. So yeah, I did record something else, and if you look at the long one, which is going to come out on like the 1st, you will tell. But we've got a recap that I want to do. We have a recap of Twitch. After, let's see the Twitch. I've got 381 hours. Wait, let's see if I can... Look at this. This is my Twitch thing. I just want to show this because it looks fun. I don't know where these come from, but it's like... These look cool though. 381 hours. 355 streams. Direct day stream 213. Total watch hours 8. These are my top ones, which makes sense. Or is it my iPad just... Late night, just chatting, plaguing, and Cuphead. Your total stream reached 6 views, which I will try and improve. Top is English, Cuphead, and A-Gang. Ooh, here are the top fans. Mad King. So yeah. 27 followers. But yeah, I just thought this was fun. I have this, and I wanted to show you this. So yeah. I think that's just really fun, and just something I felt like would be fun to show. And time for which children have been swapped today? Yeah, it's a bit dark, but yay! So yeah, this show is very weird. And there's some stuff that I would like to question about it. But they are kind of talking about it, but I don't know. But I think the idea started off really interesting with because I don't know how, apparently it's actually a thing. I don't know how common it is, where you get like 2 children and they swap. I think I talked about this in one of the earlier streams, and they swapped. And I was like, oh, how common it is, I don't know. I don't know if that's just a movie thing, or if that actually happens. I think I searched it, and I think that actually is a phenomenon, which is actually concerning. Very concerning. It's like, yes, by the way, we have swapped your children. Don't worry about it. It is all fine. It's like, it is very dark. But I do like this idea. I don't get why they're trying to make... I just think it would be an interesting idea, just a dramatized version. They made it a romance, which is sort of like here's 3 people, who's gonna actually marry him storyline. Which I like. But because one of them is in this, I'll talk about it. So, the 3 sort of ones you have in the sort of spoilers, you have the sort of rival, in a way. Like, the person who he has a question, who's also sort of like the intellectual rival. Best at sports, best at this, best at that. Sort of like, the sort of like popular girl because good at sports, good at this. You have the social, sort of like, social media, popular girl. And then you have sort of like the best friend. But the difference about the best friend is they're not genetically siblings. But they grew up their entire life thinking they're siblings. So my question is, where does the line draw? Technically, yes. But I don't know how you would feel. Because if I had that situation and I had a sister, I would be like, you're forever my sister. Even if we're not. It's a weird question. I bring it up because, like, they had this thing where I was like, oh, is that a lover? I was like, no, please, no. It feels weird. But I don't know if that's just me and I'm being an idiot, because I get it. There is sort of that thing, they're not genetically connected. And there are stories of like people growing up together acting like siblings, but I think that's acting rather than sort of thinking you are actually siblings. But yeah. So yeah, this is kind of worth watching. It's an interesting watch, I think. So I hope you enjoy this video, and good night.
Please tell me you didn't drag Sean into this.
I did not drag Sean into this.
Who's that?
I think you know.
White trash name, guess.
Mandy.
Nope.
Marilyn.
Nope.
Brittany.
Nope.
Tiffany.
Nope.
Candace.
Nope.
Don't fuck with me on this. I know this shit.
Do you see me fucking with you? I'm not,
All right, speed round. I'm gonna rattle off some names, and when I hit it, fucking buzz it, okay?
I will tell you.
You got me?
Yeah.
All right, Brandy, Heather, Channing, Brianna, Amber, Sabrina, Melody, Dakota, Sierra, Bambi, Crystal, Samantha, Autumn, Ruby, Taylor, Tara, Tammy, Lauren, Charlene, Chantel, Courtney, Misty, Jenny, Krista, Mindy, Noelle, Shelby, Trina, Reba, Cassandra, Nikki, Kelsey, Shauna, Jolene, Erlene, Claudine, Savannah, Casey, Dolly, Kendra, Kylie, Chloe, Devin, Emily, fucking Becky?
Nope.
Wait, was it any one of those names with a Lynn after it?
Yes.
Oh, I got you, motherfucker. I got you. Okay. Brandy Lynn, Heather Lynn,
Tammy Lynn.
Fuck!
We dance, we kiss, we schmooze, we carry on, we go home happy. What do you say? Come on.
People are gonna get hurt, aren't they?
Nah, I mean, it's a possibility. It happens.
All right, here's the thing. I know I'm home alone tonight, and I just heard a noise. So if there's a home intruder listening right now, I'm naked and I have a tomahawk. Now, I'm about to go take a sip of some lemonade. So if when I'm done sipping on my lemonade and I hear another noise, I'm gonna sweep this house naked with my tomahawk. Now, here's the thing. If when I do so naked with my tomahawk, I find someone that shouldn't be here, I'm gonna make the beaches of Normandy look like a fucking family vacation! All right, here's the thing. I know I'm home alone tonight, and I just heard a noise. So if there's a home intruder listening right now, I'm naked and I have a tomahawk. Now, I'm about to go take a sip of some lemonade. So if when I'm done sipping on my lemonade and I hear another noise, I'm gonna sweep this house naked with my tomahawk. Now, here's the thing. If when I do so naked with my tomahawk, I find someone that shouldn't be here, I'm gonna make the beaches of Normandy look like a fucking family vacation!
Next time I have an idea like that, punch me in the face.
Do this without this camera being... White balance, and you... Light, cut it out.
So yeah, day 23. I think it's a Minotaur. It looks cool though. Again, I want to make a D&D session with this because it looks absolutely amazing. Hello. This is going to be roughly 3 minutes because I'm talking about season 1, 2, 3. It might even be less. Not gonna lie. But this is The Simpsons. I'm not going to split it up into the seasons or else. But I started watching this in between downloading anime because I like to watch something in the background. And I was like, do you know what? I'm going to see how the evolution of Simpsons went. Season 1, 2, and 3. And besides season 1, you still have that, like, I know everyone knows it, like the mouth moving sideways type of joke. Like, man. But that's something they don't do nowadays because I think, like, they didn't want to do it. It looked a bit too jittery. Same with, like, the electrocution. What the was that? I don't think they're going to have that in modern day Simpsons. It is really interesting to look at. Some of the episodes are fun. Also, I love the fact that, one, the first episode is a Christmas episode. Also, canonically, there is an episode introducing both of the pets, which is a fun idea. Also, the earlier seasons feel a lot more down to earth than, like, Monday, which I know they bring celebrities in, which I'm not against. But it's really interesting to look at the beginning of where The Simpsons started before, like, it was like, The Simpsons, everyone knows that we're going to bring out big names, which is really interesting and really fun. I do like it. It is a fun idea. But again, besides those things, and I think watching the first episode drinking against Sideshow Bob, also having a sort of, like, maybe he might be rude. I would love it if they actually had someone who was bad and then redeemed them. I know they won't because they need, like, maybe more episodes. But I do love that episode. And all the episodes I think are really good so far. I haven't found, like, there's some episodes that are okay, and some episodes that have been sarcastic and talked about it sarcastically. If you watch, like, stuff like during my playing Ego Cuphead, you will see I sometimes watch The Simpsons in between that as well and sarcastically talk about it. But yeah, I do think it's good and I do think it's interesting. And later videos might be the season. But because of this and because I wanted to combine a bit, I think I've explained in other reviews, that's why it's happened. Season 1 to 3 in 3 minutes. Or as close as I can get to 3 minutes. So yeah. For nearly then. Oh no, I pressed stop at the wrong time, so I'm just going to continue. Why? Because, why not? This is fun. This is entertaining. Watch it. Absolutely. Yay. Good night. Ooh. Ooh. Nasal war significantly heightens Mad Army increased sensitivity. Hello. This is the last day. Here's this guy. Yeah. This is going to be so fun because I've got this, and now this is the last day. This is the ending. So yeah, this is fun. Oh, let's see. I'm not watching man. Not Uncharted. Uncharted is like too complicated. Trains. Yeah, I watch this because I'm like, okay, what can I put on, like, I don't know why. Life is Strange has always been a thing that I want to, like, look at. Definitely there's, like, one scene. I know there's, like, someone talks about that one character is, like, really bad. But there's definitely, like, one scene of it. Oh. You didn't see any of it. Ah. I'm being insane. So yeah, like you might see, this video might show you, because I want to do this, because I'm going to put this in a big TikTok. That'll be amazing, a big TikTok. Even a big day. I've just done all my applications. This, for everyone who's watching this as a regular TikTok, is you've seen these. As the intro though, this is what you might see. But not the Dr. Pepper can. Don't worry about that. So yeah, this will be an introduction. Today's going to be weird because you're going to get the 25th, this intro, and then the big number. Da da da. Da, 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 da. Which is going to be like this. It's fun. I was about to do like 50 seconds, but then I realized I had a bit of time. So, the idea is, you're going to get the 25th, or you're going to get it on this day, the 25th, and then you're going to get this. And then there's going to be fusion happening. Fusion. Oh, sorry, I realised I've got my phone. I need my phone. Besides the point. I'm going to lay it. But, again, I hope you do enjoy this. I hope you do like this. Because I feel like this is really fun. And I wanted this to be really fun. It has taken up a lot of video slots that I would have put down. But, besides today, which is the last time, which will have 3 slots taken, that's it. It's all done. The next 2 days will be filled with, well, that'll just be 5 days each. And then when I get back after the holiday, so when I come back on the 6th, you don't get any more of these. Because obviously that's January, not the 25th. So yeah, I'm going to do this next year because I like this. I am again going to get the D&D tier. Which, yeah, the doors didn't open for me. Even this one's just completely... I might have gone a bit crazy. But yeah, this was so fun. I like this. I want to get this again. If there's any more different types, I'd like it. And I'm going to make one. And I know this one doesn't have one on. I know someone might comment that. He has a magic arm. I'm ignoring the actual thing. I accidentally broke it. Because I'm an idiot. And I'm clumsy. But yeah, I really thought this was a fun idea. Really amazing. So yeah. I hope you enjoy either this video or if you're watching this as an intro, the rest of the videos coming up. Also, I get a bit cut off because I forget. I don't want to re-edit and I carry on talking off the 15 seconds. Okay, bye.
Okay, that was very bad.
A brawl is surely brewing. Now go.
So yeah, like you might see, this video might show you, because I want to do this, because I'm going to put this in a big TikTok. That'll be amazing, a big TikTok. Even a big day. I've just done all my applications. This, for everyone who's watching this as a regular TikTok, is you've seen these. As the intro though, this is what you might see. But not the Dr. Pepper can. Don't worry about that. So yeah, this will be an introduction. Today's going to be weird because you're going to get the 25th, this intro, and then the big number. Da da da. Da, 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 da. Which is going to be like this. It's fun. I was about to do like 50 seconds, but then I realized I had a bit of time. So, the idea is, you're going to get the 25th, or you're going to get it on this day, the 25th, and then you're going to get this. And then there's going to be fusion happening. Fusion. Also, I realised I've got my phone. Don't need my phone. Besides the point. I'm gonna lie. But again, I hope you do enjoy this. I hope you do like this because I feel like this is really fun, and I wanted this to be really fun. It has taken up a lot of video slots that I would have put down, but besides today, which is the last time, which will have 3 slots taken, that's it. It's all done. The next 2 days will be filled with. Well, that'll just be 5 days each. And then when I get back after the holiday, so when I come back on the 6th, you don't get any more of these. Because obviously that's January, not the 25th. So yeah, I'm going to do this next year because I like this. I am again going to get the D&D here. Which, yeah, the doors didn't open for me. Even this one's just completely... I might have gone a bit crazy. But yeah. This was so fun. I like this. I want to get this again. If there's any more different types, I'd like it. And I'm going to make one. And I know this one doesn't have one on, but I know someone might comment that. He has a magic arm. I'm ignoring the actual thing. I accidentally broke it because I'm an idiot. And I'm clumsy. But yeah, I really thought this was a fun idea. Really amazing. So yeah. I hope you enjoy either this video or if you're watching this as an intro, the rest of the videos coming up. Also, I get a bit cut off because I forget, I don't want to re-edit and I carry on talking off the 15 seconds. Okay, bye. So yeah, I've got an advent calendar, it's Christmas, and I get a minifig. I'm going to do this every day and just show them off because I want to. Free for the first day because I forgot to do day 1 and day 2, but yeah. I've explained the advent calendar days. Here is the next one. I think this is sort of like a dice, but it looks really cool and really fun. It's really fun to just hold in my hand. But yeah, here is day 2. So yeah, advent calendar day. Here is the next guy. I just like these figurines because they're so nice and look so cool. I want to get some D&D stuff, but yeah, this is really cool and really fun. We're back. The 5 days were a bit short, so I couldn't do these. But here's the next one for day 4. Again, I love these. These just look so nice and so cool. Again, the next one, obviously the next couple of days, because I will be able to have more than 5, I will be able to do all of these. But yeah, this looks so cool and so awesome. You get 3 days of these. Yay. But the rest of it only. And again, the last one of today. Again, I just love these. Definitely these. I like figurines that look so cool and so awesome. So yeah. This. Day 7. It looks cool. Let's dance. So, day 7, this guy. Woo! So yeah, another day, another one of these awesome things. So yeah, that's what I got. And now, time for the next one. Another dice. We've had 4 days of figurines since the last dice, but it looks so cool. Ooh. But yeah. So yeah, another day, another item, a dice. You have another dice. Also, weirdly enough, if you put it at a specific angle, like that one, sometimes it looks a bit like a tool. So yeah, day 11 for these. I love this sort of I love that not all of these that have these figures, but this has a change of color for the a thing around it. So yeah, I had to glue this, so if you see a bit at the bottom, it is glue. But I've got this for day 12. So yeah. Woo! Day 12. It's almost... And now I have a dragon. Day 13 and I have a dragon. I love it. I'm getting mostly figurines, and I prefer that, because I get these little things, which I am going to use eventually, but I don't know how. But I don't... So yeah, Another day. Yay. It is so cool and it is amazing. I'm getting so many of these. I love this advent calendar. So yeah, another day. Yeah, this is really fun and really cool that I've got another day of this. I dropped it. So yeah, another day of this, which is fun. I love these dice ones because they look so cool. Some of them I don't know will work. So yeah, another day. Another one of these. Yeah. So yeah, another day. But I got one of these. This is so cool. This looks like a bag. And one day I'm going to use these all in a D&D game. And this would definitely be fun. I don't know. Looks so cool. Another one. Today. A dice. Again, there's going to be another one of these today. Woo. A nice cool dice. I could roll a D6. 3. We've got a 3. But yeah. So yeah, another one. The 20th. I haven't had a red one in a while. The last red one I think was on the 13th. Might be wrong. But like, this looks so cool. But yeah, that was all for today. There's 4 more. So yeah. Again, I want to make something with this. Is that a hammer? It looks like a hammer. This looks so cool. Maybe I can make it. I've got enough pieces that I can make like a couple of different sizes. It'll be fun. I've also got a box. Hello, day 22. Even though if you're reading it on the stream, it is not. But here, another gem for you. Don't worry about this is out of match if it's the longer version. So yeah, day 23. I think it's a Minotaur. It looks cool though. Again, I want to make a D&D session with this because it looks absolutely amazing. Hello. This is the last day. Here's this guy. Yeah. This is going to be so fun because I've got this and now this is the last day. This is the ending. So yeah, this is fun. Oh, this is annoying. This is annoying. I'm trying to get this. La 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 la.
This match will get red hot. Here goes.
If women disappeared from the planet for 24 hours, what would you do?
Ma'am, you don't want to know. Do not ask this question. Who gave you the case file? You do not want to know. Trust me, we're never testing that again. No.
Okay. Well, I do need sound actually. I was about to be like mute, and then I was like, no, I need sound. Okay. I love my pause it. Actual like goes with it. It's like pause it. So yeah, time for some amazing cash. Yeah. So yeah, because originally, like a couple other stuff, I might have put this in a bit of like 3 minutes. 3 minutes to talk about this. And if you see me looking this way, I just accidentally messed up something, so I'm just doing something quickly. But you might have thought, I might have been like, oh yeah, this will be sort of like a thing that I put in 3 minutes. I'm not going to talk about it much. And then I realised, and then when I was like, oh yeah, what should I talk about? Like this, that, oh I definitely need to talk about this. Oh, I definitely need to talk about. I was like, you know what, I'm going to make this a bit longer. Hence why this should have been technically 2 days ago, otherwise. But like a couple other videos I've had, I was like, do you know what? Beep it. I want to talk about it. So, yeah. This is amazing. Not only do you have these amazing fight scenes, not only do you have this story that has this amazing ideas that changes, and alongside some amazing, like, weird, like, I know there's probably, like, a reason. Like, I'm betting this is from something. I don't know what that is, and I'm going to be completely honest, I don't. This is very, like, out of, like, I have not idea anything about it. But that makes sense, in my opinion, because, obviously, I think, because they talk about, like, this sort of, like, Dao Chang, and I don't know, I think it is, like, an actual thing. I think that, like, people, like, look into a Taoist monk, and I don't know much about it. I would love to. If you have any interesting information, I would love to learn more about it. Absolutely, I would love to. But I don't. To be completely fair, I don't know much about it. But I do think this is really interesting as that idea. I don't know how much is accurate, obviously, because I don't know much about it. But that is so interesting. Like, the designs, the concepts, they are so interesting to look at. Definitely some of them, definitely stuff like the main villains, like, designs. I love the sort of powers. I love the shapeshifter with, like, the face that, like, rotates and rolls around. Is really good. There is one more design that I want to talk about. But obviously, I want to talk about that in spoilers because there is spoilers in there. Surprisingly, no one. With one of them being something a bit of a shifty one. Not the shapeshifter, because I think the shapeshifter is in the advertisement, but I want to talk a bit about them as well. But I do think all of it is one of the most interesting and amazing ideas so far. So yeah, let's talk about the fun stuff. Okay, so one of the things I was talking about was one of the designs I couldn't talk about because the whole thing with them would be a bit spoilers. Which, no surprise to anyone, the thing that I was referring to was there was one person in there who has like a skin walker, like someone who wears human skin, and that overall design and the overall concept of like someone making a skin and like wearing different designs, one is the most creepiest ever. And the idea of like trying to be human is an interesting idea. Because you have that in a bunch of different stuff, and I think it's really interesting. And in this idea, I love it. I absolutely love it. It is one of the most funnest stuffs ever to look at. Especially with the amazing design. Absolutely amazing design, in my opinion. A lot. And then you have the other thing, which is the fact that the other design, you realise, the other thing I like is, you realise later on, the reason why they're doing it is, one, they're trying to bring the whole. A lot of the plot it talks about like grief in a way, and bringing the dead back, which is terrifying. You also have another concept, which I find also terrifying, which is in the overall thing. One of the things that they deal with is, one, the whole reason that is like, oh, she had the powers, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She didn't. It's with this cloak. The cloak was sort of given, and it was like this thing. Originally it was like, oh, the cloak, you were wrapped in the cloak and the cloak gave you your powers. Nope. She transferred the powers because she cared more about the powers at that point than her granddaughter. Which I like, because you see this person, it's like, oh yeah, we can trust her. And then this, and it's like, what the fuck? It is absolutely, and the whole thing around the mother is horrifying. Because she lost all of her memories, saw a person die, and it's like, okay, I don't know what's going on, I can't tell anyone about this, and then lived another life. And it was like, that idea is terrifying. It's like, what? I do think, like, it's also interesting that, like, oh yeah, you didn't look for me. I am one town over! And you slowly, I like that idea that it's like, it's not perfect. The person who you thought was just a person who's nice and just like a sweet old lady isn't. And I like that. I like that concept a lot. Definitely with like a lot of the things. It makes sense because the power is dangerous. But doing all of this sometimes isn't always justified because you are putting people in danger. And yet, the mother and father were selling things illegally. That was still happening. And I get that. But they were trying to get out of the game. And I like that. I like the idea of like, you know what? This is it. We're not going to do any more. We're done. We have a child. We're done. It's like what I've heard one person said is like, oh, you're not responsible for a child until you have a child, and then all of a sudden you need to be responsible. And I like it. It's the same thing with like Paddington. It's like you came in a motorbike, you went out in the Cadillac. It's funny. But I get that. It's a fun idea of like thinking you have to try, like, we have a child, we have to be responsible. Which I find an interesting idea. And then if you see the background, also a lot of the stuff with the spirits, I love. It is absolutely amazing and awesome and so cool. I 100% think this is just so amazing to watch. It's just amazing. Again, also her sacrifice, I like it. It's so fitting. She sacrificed herself in the end. Also, I know this is season 2. I don't know where they're going to go with this. I am actually being like, what is going to happen? Season 2, what's going to happen? It's so interesting. Because it looks like it ended peacefully. It looks like, oh, that's it. It's over. But I am excited and I'm interested of where the beat it is going to go next. Because I don't know. I really don't know. So yeah, I do think this is amazing. I do think this is really cool. And if you know anything about like the actual thing, this again, like I said, I think this is based off, it has his hands in sort of like with the designs of the sort of like spirits of that through a religion. If you know anything about that, please tell me. Because I am legitimately curious about it. It's very interesting to me and I would like to learn more about it. It is one thing that I would think is interesting to learn. I think it's very amazing and I absolutely 100% love it. And I think it's 100% definitely going, watch it. It's awesome and amazing. Watch it now. So yeah, I hope you enjoy. I hope you like this video. And good night. mutation of the cortex causes overproduction increases. Just checking something quickly. Someone looking at and hearing their thoughts on Blaze, which is funny to think about a reaction. But the one thing I love is in the movie being like, oh, you can't get in the Dungeon Middle. Oh, here, I found the key. You. It's just a funny idea being like, oh, this lock. Oh, I appeared to find the key, and it's like shit. It's the funniest shit ever. So yeah. No. Stop. What is going on? Remove. Jesus. Okay. Cancel. Do you know what? Beep here. Remove. Assign control. Okay, I'm just gonna reset. Do you know what? Back. Exit map. Oh, sorry, I just did what it says. Sorry, I did it again. So, yeah. Have I reviewed any of Scream? No. Have I watched them? Kind of. Well, I have watched the first one. Second, I know all the stories, I know all of this, and the one that I haven't watched nearly at all is 5. 1 to 3? Yeah. 4? I don't think I actually know about 4. 4 I know is like sort of like they're sort of like rebooting it. And we did a whole thing with it. And I want to watch the other Screams. But I do know the concept. And I do know the significance of this story. Because it's about legacy. It's really interesting. With all of that stuff. And I find this really interesting. One, I like the idea of New York being this sort of like crowded. So like a lot of the space feels a bit tight. Like most of the other Screams, it felt a bit like you are in the middle of nowhere. You are here, the next person is God knows where. But I like a lot of New York, it feels tight. It feels that closeness, like in like this and that and this and that. Also, the actual guy gets a shotgun. It's like, and it's like, what the? I generally like the kills with all of that. I think that's really interesting overall. I also like some of the I like the idea that we're talking about franchising and like the rules of franchising, because all of them talk about some things. Like the first one talks about the rules of sort of like a slasher. The second one talks about the rules of a sort of like the rules of a sequel. And I don't know if they do the same thing with the third one, but I know the fourth one, which deals with like legacy characters, deals with the rules of like the legacy and like all of this stuff. If you get like a legacy film, and this deals with the rules of franchise, meaning legacy characters finally can be killed. And I like that idea. It's really fun. I know there's a lot of like legacy characters coming back, but I don't know. But it is a fun idea overall. One time, the one thing I would love, not a full reboot, not like to the point that the universe does not exist, but I love the idea that you have a complete no legacy characters, no nothing. You have 10 people who don't know but know it, and you can have that sort of like a reboot type effect. That you're dealing with like a reboot, you're dealing with new things, the stakes are completely new, we don't know who's the big main character, we don't know who's not. I would love that. I know we're not going to do it for a long while, because I want to, like they said, sort of like franchise this out, in a way. Meaning legacy characters are on the top of the block, which makes it interesting. Also, some people survive way too much in this, but I'll get into that sort of later. But I do like the idea with the masks, the idea with the whole thing. And all of that is makes this really interesting as a film. And I wanted to watch it in cinemas, but again, like a couple other things, I forgot. Oopsie! But this is really good and absolutely entertaining. So the one thing, a couple of spoilers I like is the one, because each one of us sort of like Scream has sort of like has a couple of twists of like who did it. Because what I sometimes see this as, this is not just a slasher, this is a slasher whodunit, which I love as an idea. And the family dynamic, because you've always had an interesting dynamic between the slashers that I love. And I love that this one's like fully a family of it. And like for some of them I'm like, like the fake out, okay, I wasn't entirely, didn't see that coming, but debatably who doesn't really suspect like someone to die and then come back? Especially after literally falling, I think, 2 stories. But like they could have like set some stuff up. That's survivable. It's really interesting. Definitely with all of that. I also like the idea of a law enforcement. Like, oh, we can trust that it's a law enforcement, but the law enforcement is the killer. Da, da, da. I like that because it's so interesting as an idea. It's so fun. And definitely how it connects to the fourth one. I do know about the spoilers of the fourth one, I just don't know much about it. I know that, like, oh, it's one guy who one person connected and only date the person because they were the original Scream killer, etc., etc., etc. Movie story plot here. I do know that. I do know that thing. I think this is really interesting. Also, a lot of people talk about how this might not talk about much. I don't know what the fourth one talks about, but if you look at each one of the Scream films, they talk about something. First one talks, I don't know what the first one either. I know the second one talks, no, the fourth one talks about toxic fans. The third one talks about toxicity in Hollywood. And the fifth one, they're like, oh, what does the fifth one talk about? I know the first and second one talks about something, but I can't think of it right now. That's what the important part. The important part is me, why I would explain the fifth one. What does the fifth one talk about? It talks about the idea of, because in each one of the Scream ones, the killer dies. And overall, the reason why they're trying to kill her is because they have a bit of a cancer culture thing, which I find is really interesting, how you can like kill someone's character, which I think is an interesting idea. But that's been a concept forever. Yeah, cancer culture exists now, but the way they're doing it is by spreading around false rumours. That's basically cancer. That's basically like a guy in the old street basically saying rumours about one other guy. But cancel culture just makes it worse. What I think this is talking about is sort of like blame the idea that you can blame someone and like, oh, they deserve it. Because like some people like, I hate them, I wish they would die. Not I would want to actually go and kill them. There's some people who I want dead and be like, and like, but if someone's like kill them, I would sort of like, okay, they're dead now. Wow. Because the idea of wanting someone dead now, that's normal. And I think that's what they're sort of commenting on. Like, these two people killed the killer in the last one, because that's how it works. Scream kills the killer. The killers in the last one keep dying. The whole thing. And then that's how they wrapped it up. And that idea of that blame, which makes sense, but he was trying to kill them, is a thing that is part of this and is part of the motivation, which I absolutely love. I'm not gonna lie, because I absolutely do like this, like the idea that the way that they end, the two of the killers end the normal way, sort of like something goes wrong and they do sort of like, I'm not a killer, I'm just defending myself, in this sort of like a way like, I'm attacking you because you're trying to kill me, stop, go away. Some of the stuff in the Scream 1 is definitely not self-defense, but sure, they are trying to kill you, who cares, drop a TV on them. But I like the idea that the actual person fully just turns into Ghostface and then kills them, which I love as an idea. It's like, oh, I want you. Oh, this is what you should mean. This is what your legacy is, and it's an interesting idea. It's so clever. They put on the mask. It's like they do the whole voiceover, whole thing, and I absolutely love. Also, I don't know if you've seen it, but I am actually getting a Ghostface cosplay together. That's coming soon. So I'm going to try and get that done. I've got a knife, I've got a mask. All I need is like a cloak and some shoes. I've bought the cloak. So yeah, that's coming out. I don't know. That's just for me, for fun. I'm excited. I think this is really interesting. I just love this movie. It's just amazing. I love it. It's really entertaining. It's really fun. And yeah, I like it. This is a long one because I like the Scream franchise. I like it a lot. Chan Awesome talked about it, but I just like this. They talked about the first one, but I like this. Yay. That's a lot. So yeah, it's really good, like I keep saying. I didn't want to talk much about it, so this is really good. It's entertaining, and 100% go and watch it. So yeah, this is really entertaining. This is 100% worth watching. I hope you like, subscribe, comment, and good night.
Got things to do, but this is very important information. Is it going? There we go. Who's it gonna be? 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 I like this. Like one character. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Muffin!
Mutation of Zoom brain increases alertness. Three and 1, then review. Okay, so even though I shouldn't, I'm just gonna do this anyway, because people. So yeah, time to upload. Or maybe not, maybe this is a bad idea. I don't know. So the non-spoiler section isn't going to be long, besides the one thing that I want to talk about, which is sort of non-spoiler, but I will want to talk about, is sort of the like digital stuff that they show. It is really interesting. And like some of the stuff that they talk about, which one of them, there's so much stuff to talk about, but like one of them, with the like showing the holograms and this and that, and also, yeah. Jeez Louise Marines. I hate this. But yeah, with all that being said, with all that being done, it is really good, and the only non-spoiler thing is the animation looks good, and every sort of like digital effect looks absolutely amazing. But I want to talk about, more importantly, you might be thinking, with 1 minute left, this is going to be short. No, this is going to be long. This is going to be long, because I want to talk about it first. Because I've heard about this guy before. I think I've definitely, but the drop of Phineas Cage, I was like, wait, because a lot of like psychological stuff, like, I don't get. But Phineas Cage was in a Game Theory episode. I'm like, I knew this fact. I know this one. It's like, it's really interesting to think about, and like really interesting to know. And I want to ask more people, how do they know them a bit? One person who I know knows them because they're sort of a physical therapist, but they didn't know it was Phineas Cage specifically, which is really interesting. And I like that idea because it's all about that. It's all about, see, if you know Phineas Cage, this is non-spoilers for this is just history. Phineas Cage had a sort of metal, I don't know if it was a railroad track or a metal road, through his head, sort of like below his eye, through his head. And he survived it. It is a known part of the fact, and it's one of the most interesting survival things that because that sort of, nowadays, you've heard stories about stuff like that before, that's become common on. But back then, they didn't know that. It sort of showed how the mind copes, and sort of led to these huge discoveries. If you want to know more about that, ask someone who knows. I just know the stories and know I know roughly about it, not fully in detail. Again, if you want more thorough exploration, YouTube probably has something about it. I don't know. Let's just see. Let's see what comes up if I just search Phineas Cage. Shut up and you work. But besides that, and all of that being said, there's Phineas Cage. Dr. Oman Danu has a video. UCELA has a video. Today I Found Out has a video. Yeah, there's a lot of like people who actually know a bit more about it. But yeah, it is a well-documented case about it. To the point that I know about it. Because film theory, but that's besides the point. I also like, the other thing I like, because I like the whole show. The whole show is really good and like dynamics. But they do two things. One, and I really want to know, is if you replicate something beat for beat of someone's life, would it be possible to recreate the individual? I would say, even if you do everything beat for beat for beat, you're not going to get a person. This is not a resurrection method. You're just making a copy, at the very least. That's at best. At worst, you're just creating someone with similar outcomes. No one's a carbon copy of anyone else. And the moment he figured out about this sort of stuff, he wasn't able to do anything about it. It's so interesting and so hilarious about this all. And I just like it so much. In general, it's fun, it's interesting. And when you learn, because when you learn, the parents involved, that's effed up. When you learn his sort of like one and only friend was involved, it's like, what the? It's like, are you kidding me? Because like, for her it makes sense because like but like for when you first hear it, from her perspective, yeah, it makes sense. Your parents have like cancer and you need them like legitimately valid. But when you first hear about it, it's like, who else is it real? Am I in the Truman Show? I didn't know this became the Truman Show. What is happening? But the other thing, that's one of the things I like as an idea of like thinking about. Because that idea of trying to recreate another person is really horrible, but really interesting. But the other one I like is the whole thing of like, are these people real? And I know this is season 2, because season 2's already out, and they do a whole thing with it. And they did a little sneak peek of like, oh, by the way, we have a backup copy, which might not be activated, so we might not have the memories from the last season. But there's questions, what is real? Are these people real that sacrifice themselves, or are the new versions real? What are the real individuals? It is so insane. And it's so interesting what's going to happen in season 2. Because that's what I want to know. Is there going to be something else? I am actually interested. And this is so interesting. Like, this technology of, like, uploading someone's mind is public knowledge. And it's so interesting. But this idea of, like, are these people real? Because AI, in a way, is not real. Is not like a human being. You can have the TV series and you have the debate of, is it real? In that way. I'm not debating if AI is good or bad. I'm asking it doesn't believe, think, or feel. AI sort of doesn't. But if the technology exists, and I'm not, maybe AI maybe can artificially do it, that's not the point. Because that's an interesting question in its own right. But if I copy my mind, either this style or any of the other fantasy styles, because there's a couple of things I think talked about, like either copying, I think that's a Black Mirror episode, which did a similar idea. It was like Star Trek-y, if you know, you know. It's one of my favorite episodes. It's one of my favorite episodes. I absolutely love it. But I like the idea of this person, sort of the idea of if you copy a mind, are they the person? And also I know people are going to comment saying Black Mirror episode does it for DNA and that's physically impossible. Yeah, I know. Don't care. It's fun. Anyway, this is dark. The idea of like scanning your brain in the way is so messed up. But with this, the one thing I like is through it all, it's always saying, am I real? Is this real? Who am I? What am I? It is so insane questioning it. And when you first find out through emojis with the emojis of the dance, it's really interesting. And it becomes so horrifying. Because what was once a fun idea just becomes more and more dark. This idea, and definitely when they're starting to degrade, I always like, because is this what we want? This is just, and a lot of people are like, oh yeah, this is, a lot of people like these shows, the villains are like, oh yeah, this is how you beat death. No! Death is natural, memento mori. Death happens for a reason. Please no. If anyone was like, by the way, can you rescan Henry Drake? No! I'll pass. Can I pass? Can I skip on this procedure? I would like to die normally. I'm not a fan of dying normally, but can I die normally when this is so dark? I love the series though. It's really good and really entertaining. I talked about it for almost 10 minutes now. It will be 10 minutes, but I've talked about it for almost 10 minutes, so I think I proved that. This is so good, so entertaining, and 100% worth to watch. So yeah, Pantheon, watch it. It's really good and really amazing and really awesome. It's entertaining. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you liked and subscribed and comment. And good night for a while.
Alistair, please say darling in a seductive way.
Darling.
Okay. Well, let me just... I'm gonna actually check this out because I feel like I need to check this out. Actually, no, do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna see if I can get anything via gathering the coins. I'm not gonna do anything, but I'm going to get the coin. No perfection, do not care, just move forward and safely. Okay. You don't have a problem, you're playing a video game. I like playing a video game. But that's not a problem, that's you just being like... So why is that something that looks like Bart Simpson? And you realize that is the weirdest thing. Because Bart Simpson isn't big, he's a guy. Anyway. I just love it. It's a full like... Not published. Okay, so let me just double check. Okay, one of them I think I actually missed to abandon the mad people. Mad people are more likely to... Okay. Significantly... Okay, one of them I think I actually missed to abandon the mad people. Mad people are more likely to... Okay. Significantly heighten the Mad Army. This one I think I'm going to change to people. The mad people sense of smell. If it's like the mad people are more likely to affect abandon the moment the Mad Army attracted movement will abandon the mad people. Okay, and enlisted to the Mad Army. Yeah, I need to fix this. Probably won't be changing on this one, but hopefully it did. I don't know. Maybe. And I got 2 big streams, so this today is gonna be long. Why has it still got picky? It hasn't split it. There you go. Okay, pink. What? Are you kidding me? While I'm watching this, I like putting like something in the background while I'm like thinking and loading and looking at stuff. I'm watching some of the old Simpsons. Which is like, it's really weird because the animation looks a little bit more jittery compared to like nowadays. You can look at nowadays Simpsons and it looks really smooth.
You can't go out dressed like that.
Don't worry, I'll be taking it off when I get to art class, where I'll be posing nude.
You'll do nothing of the sort.
I'm running late. Can we just cut to the key yelling points?
Fine. I forbid it. Not while you're under my roof. I didn't raise a hussy.
It's my right as a woman. Nudity empowers me. There's nothing sinful about the female form. We done here?
Yeah, we're done.
I am just going to start. So yeah, for the next 7 days, including today, it's going to be early days. And then we're going to go to 2 days back to somewhat normal 5s. And 7 days of nothing. Hence why these are on for so much. Because I'm getting YouTube covered up.
I'm done trying to convince you to come with me. Spider-Man acting challenge.
people's grips, making them nearly impossible to pry and break free, significantly increasing bigger grip. Oh my, also, did I... Oh no, it is. That is good. That is decent. Also, I don't bother with
Most dangerous Christmas gifts people bought, part 2. In 2018, the Colorations brand extra large crayons were recalled because the red crayons contained glass which posed a laceration hazard. No wonder they didn't want us breaking the crayons in school. Apparently, they're a weapon. Teacher Susie took the lesson. I would be very careful if I were you. After all, snitches get stitches. In 2018, the Nickelodeon Paw Patrol Deluxe Marshall hat with flashlight was recalled because the batteries in the flashlight could overheat, causing burns. Isn't that ironic? That's like a real-life saw trap. Merry Christmas, Bobby. Try it on. You have 60 seconds to find the key before the hat melts off your flesh. What? Walmart's My Sweet Love Baby Cuddle Care Baby Doll was recalled because the circuit board in the chest would overheat, causing multiple reports of serious burns and fires. That's one hot baby. Oh, crap. Don't worry, guys. I'll hold him off. Look out, he's got a crayon! Turns out they also put a machine gun in these things.
That's yours. It's Friday tomorrow. It's Friday tomorrow. Meaning I don't have any. So 0, 0. Okay. Oh. Orchard sales. Okay. 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 Okay.
It's on.
Okay.
You're up.
I still don't get it.
Here goes.
It's like, oh, I'm never gonna go to England. Why do I need to speak English? You're all speaking English. Grip is making it nearly impossible to.
Wait, if Bill Cipher was in Grunkle Stan's mind before it was erased, and Stan got all his memories back, wouldn't that mean Bill Cipher could come back too? Who knows? Show's been over for 4 years, so it probably doesn't matter. Anyway, reality's an illusion, the universe is a hologram, bye gold, bye!
To do, so. Two reviews on this day. Let's see if I can get a good on this day. So that means I just need 4. I've got 2 here. Nope, 4. 2. On this day, 3. I'll do the remix tomorrow.
Twice. Will you like this video? Will you follow me? Are you beautiful? There's 2 dogs in a burning building, but you can only save one. Which one do you pick? Only say no. You can only say no twice.
Oh, I beat it. Yay.
People. Bigger people.
My gosh, everyone keeps typing this. What does IDK mean? I don't know. I know. I don't know either. No, I don't know. No one seems to know. It's crazy. Oh my gosh, you're so stupid.
You know, that's better when the light's on, because we have light. I think this is a bit better. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, I prefer it. That time's better. do this fast as well. Yeah.
Here goes.
Boils to withstand hot temperatures in Flint. Okay, Google, how to spell fire?
If you're seeing this video on the For You page or on the following page, then I have a present for you. You are allowed to send this video to one person, and that person owes you garlic bread.
It's not. Also, I realized I don't use this for too often, so I'm just gonna do it for 10 seconds because that'll be like at least a little bit rather than like just 1 second. Boom. FNAF. Joe, I'm gonna. This is one that I don't like, the level and all. So I'm gonna be a bit cheeky because I know I have it. When I'm perfecting it, I'm not gonna try and parry and all this stuff, but I do not like this level. I hate it. So I'm gonna be a bit annoyed. I know I was not going to, but I do not like this level. Not one bit. Alright? Thank you. Okay, how do you do that? Like seriously, how do you do that? There are other people who do similar things in my videos and do similar comments. Can someone please make a video, send it to me about how they do that? That is awesome. So I'm watching these games, which I know Mr. Beast has some controversy, but I was always planning to watch this, so nothing's changed. And the first round had like the first episode had like really interesting ideas. Like first he was like, oh, who wants to win like £1 million and you're going to share it? I think there was like 50-ish people who did it for $1 million, and like 10,000 each. And then the second one was the sort of one where one person has to sacrifice themselves for their role to survive, and then the 3 people will continue going through. Which all of them are interesting ideas, like Woolly. And then one of them is, I think, was bribing, and then they had tower stacking to get a couple.
The right one. Nope, I'm not. Yay! I'm on the right one. Okay, so. Okay.
Okay. Okay, the charge is something I also need. I'm also going to actually get the aim, because for some of these levels I think it's needed. Okay, so let me just put the shift on. I want the roundabout for most of it, but having this for my second for this fight I'm going to do and retry. I'm also going to go back here with the same thing and then do the same thing. Would also be a good idea. Also, I know I cheated, but
A great plan
okay.
Okay. Means relating to Martin. The ability to mad dead. The ability to enable
That's right. You've arrived on Spider Sex Talk.
I'm sorry, what? 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 Just when you think you've seen everything that TikTok has to offer, just reels you back in. But if you really think about it, it does give a whole new meaning to that film 8-Legged Freaks. That has split in it.
Hello. This is the last day. Who's this guy? Yeah. This is gonna be so fun because I've got this, and now this is the last day. This is the ending. So yeah, this is fun.
Okay. Okay, that should be 6. Yeah, you can ask something. Sorry if I'm not always like reading the thing. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an A+. It's not perfect. You can go S rank, but you need to sort of like you need to go one more level up. But I can't get that until I beat all of them. Okay. Okay, so I'm neurological regeneration. The dead go badly arrive come I love that joke. Okay. Go mad in the brain of the infected. No, that's not it. Prepare with new device. Where are you doing this? Why do you look like you are not loading? Why does this not pa. Okay, now I need to pause this because this is being a how did I say that? Okay, so I'm just going.
This little thing has ruined my life ever since you got it. All you do is the 2D anime girls and play games with Molly. What about me? What about to me?
No! I need that to make money! I promise! Oh my god, what did you do to it? Is it still good?
Oh, yeah, still works. Hello, ladies.
This is what I'm talking about, you f***ing beta virgin.
A great slam and then some. Here goes.
Okay. I need to just.
A brawl is surely brewing. It's on.
Oh. I just need to get 3, so I'm fine with not getting all of them. I just need to make sure I don't. Particular liquid internal groups of organs. Okay. I don't like this being zombies because that's a bit more fun being like, oh well, you're gonna get zombies because that's the whole point of like reanimating and get more bodies. has particular liquefy internal organ witch rapture. Doing this and I am starting. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Let's short, let's do da 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 da. Okay, so oh, you go back. Okay.
So just about to get ready, so saw a couple of comments. So I was about to read them before I started making my TikToks, and then I see this. I am not complaining. I am more specifically asking, this is still hilarious. This is the funniest thing I've ever seen. It's all on different videos, which makes it the most hilarious thing I've ever seen. I'm not complaining. If you want to do this and see my reaction, I will give it to you. It is hilarious. But I'm just asking because I don't know if I'm dumb and this is like a meme from something that I don't know because I'm like 21 and I'm not on either Twitter or Instagram. I'm guessing Meep refers to, like, a Pokemon. So I'm not insulting you. I'm saying do it. Do it more.
The red one! Wait. Oh, no, wait. The other red one. Never mind. So, yeah. Re-recording this because the sound was beeped. And I'm going to hopefully hope the sound is not destroyed on this one. Hopefully. That's good. But, yeah. I like this. I talked about this before. I was also giving it because I've got that stuff. So I'm going to like move the stuff over through reviews. So it's not going to be that hard. But I do like it. It is fun. It is entertaining. It is sort of really nice. It is something that I would recommend. It is enjoyable. Good Christmassy. Yes, I did a joke and I am going to do it again because I like the joke. Where I'm basically doing a sort of... Also the number's going to be different. Which is going to be fun. Where I was like... Christmas film in January, reviewing a Christmas film during January. Oh, look, so many numbers. I'm so bad luck. Because, again, this is not Christmas. And, yes, I have a bunch of dice next to my desk. Don't judge me because of that. So, yeah. 3 last seconds for the non-spoiler. But the only two things I want to talk about spoilers, which might be even less, is, one, I like the effects about, like, you get, like, Dwayne The Rock Johnson huge and tall shrink with, like, all the magic stuff. You get toys come to be real toys. You get, like, portals through, like, the toy stores go into each other. I like that because that's a fun, novel idea. It's fun and creative, whereas, like, this happens. And it's like, yeah, this happens. I don't know why not, but it happens. It's fun. It's creative. It's really good. Yeah. I really like it because of that. Definitely. And the other thing I also like a lot of the designs of the two, because you have Krampus, you also have I think it's the Winter Witch, I don't know what her actual name is, and her actual design is so imaginative. Also, I just like the idea that because you can break out of them, maybe she'll break out and maybe she'll be a good person in like the sequel, and Red One 2 will be like about a different thing. I don't know. Maybe this is going to be a whole universe. That would be fun. Yeah, I know. A lot of people hate Cinematic Universe. Yada, yada, yada. But I like the fun idea of maybe having more with this universe. Get Dwayne The Rock Johnson back. Get more sort of stuff with the Easter Bunny. I don't know what you call it. Like the hopping one. I don't know. But it just sounds like a fun idea. And I really like it. So yeah. I think it's all really good. I like it. I also like the idea where in the fight when he swings, I will bring this up, it just goes, yeah, and then it's like, duh. So yeah. That's mostly the same place for A little bit less seconds because I had 3 more seconds. But besides that, I really enjoyed this. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this, and good night.
A brawl is surely brewing. You're up.
Yeah. Okay, genetic mutations of Parthenon exist. That's now what's needed to develop a cure. And because I want to do this, and someone has asked, and because of the current setup, it's going to be a bit confusing. I can't make new videos. It's a bit confusing because basically I've got 39 videos I've done over the holidays. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just gonna do catch up, so it's gonna be a bit confusing until like the 14th, and even then it's gonna be on the 13th, and it's very confusing. Trust me. On the 14th one, I'll explain a bit better. But this person here, they asked me to follow them, so yeah, follow them. That's it. That was just the first message. I'm gonna clip this specific bit because it's like, follow this person. They asked me for a shout out. You get a shout out both on the Twitch, on the YouTube big videos, and on this. So yeah. Now that's done watching every single episode of Rolled Up, which is so.
Next.
Wait, am I?
Dead? Yes.
And are you?
Jesus? No, no. I'm Peter, but I get that a lot. Thanks.
No, I thought you were Gandalf the White.
Oh, no, hold on. Before we let you in, what's the password?
Oh, there's a password?
Yep.
Is it password?
Nope.
Is it password but the O is a 0?
Yep, that's it. All right, come on in. Oh, hold on. Looks like you actually have two-step verification set up. Did you get a verification code?
You know what? I think I lost my phone in the accident I was just in. The one that killed me.
Okay, is there another number we can send it to?
You know what? Just send it to my wife's phone.
I don't see her.
Oh, I guess she survived the accident.
Well, we're gonna have to send you to hell.
What?
And now, there you are. Let's fight! But yeah, there's not much to talk about. It's fun. It's entertaining. It's based on an old school anime, which I don't know how to watch, but I'm not going to watch it because I don't feel like it. I've known this anime exists. I know the original one. And I knew the concept. And I wasn't originally planning to watch it until, obviously, one thing that happened was that someone talked about, oh, it's like so different and so this and so that. I'm like, and everyone hated it. And like a person who, when someone says something's bad, I immediately went to watch it. I have a problem. If you say a series is bad, I will watch it. It's not that bad. It's fine. Yeah, again, I have a serious problem with someone's like, same with the Emoji Movie. Everyone kept saying it was bad, so I was like, well, I have to watch it now. No, I don't. Stop watching films. Stop watching series. Watch good stuff. That's how the universe works. Yeah, I really like this. The fighting, the one thing which I like at this video is sort of like, I like some of the fighting scenes throughout this. And I like these sort of like, the fighting styles are really unique and really interesting and really interesting. I like how it works and how the dynamic works on each other. It's really interesting in that sort of way. Again, I just like it. I like the fighting scenes. Also, yeah. It is a weird series. There's not much to talk about. Besides the fighting scenes, it is just sort of like a slicey lifey episode. And besides the ending, which I find it really interesting about the memory, because the memory episode I do like a lot. And this, I think, does have a bit of continuity, I think, going to come up later. Hence why big format, unlike The Simpsons. This is just fun. I don't know why. I don't know what to say, but it's fun and entertaining. And you should go and watch it. So yeah. I like this series. It's really good. Not much else to say. Go and watch it. It's entertaining. So yeah. So I hope you enjoy and good night. I'm just going to quickly move on to here because we're doing the same thing again where we do a couple of things and I'm going to do this first. Also, there was a review that messed up. I'm going to talk about it. Look, this is what I got for Christmas. A little cat anime thing. Yeah, I'm using these clips so I can give free content with this. And I know I'm going to clip this tomorrow with this sort of stuff. So that's going to be fun. Also, yeah, this is going to be very weird because my stream cut out. So I'm going to get to also a review. But I'm going to do that first so I can do that stuff. Also, I'll delete my previous review because, again, it's on a lot of stuff. But I'm just going to redo that because I'm annoyed. But yeah, look at this. I like this. Cat ears. Ah! Yeah. General fun. General niceness. It's just a Christmas gift. And I'm just using this for free clips. This is just really cool. Meow. Now that's all being said. Okay. I'm going to constantly just try and retry this because I want to...
Here's a real high-class bout. Now go.
Okay, where's a piece of paper? Okay, so if I look at sort of like, where is it? I wish I can. Oh, I can. that makes it easy. Okay. Use populate. Okay, that's just population. I'm not gonna worry about that. But the one thing I need to worry about is so yeah, wealthy, urban, cold, humid. That makes sense. America is wealthy. Also, where is this? I need this up. Wealthy, urban makes sense. Actually, that makes sense for actually being hot.
Okay. Oh, that sounds bad.
She lived in LA for 2 years and described like Tuesdays.
Oh, how bad is LA?
Because you haven't looked like that. It's not hard. Do you know how close you are to the most densely populated alligator lake of the world? You just go northeast for like 30 minutes, find Lake Jessup, and then run.
Nah, no, I'm never gonna go back.
I'm sorry you haven't heard about this, but this is a real fucking thing that happens. Every year during hurricane season, there are alligators get picked up and launched into neighboring backyards, like Sharknado. Like that's just we're the lightning strike, shark bite, and meth capitals of the world. Are you not entertained?
So maybe the end, maybe not. I don't know. If rumors are correct, maybe. So, Dragon Prince, which I've been hearing maybe this is the end. They build it up towards something. They bring back the bad guy. They've got this whole battle prepared, and they're doing something. Something might happen. They're also bringing the sides together more, and it feels like the next season could have added a finale. I don't know. It's okay. I found this decent. And besides one thing which I want to talk about in the spoiler section, I just found this okay. It's fine. A lot of people say fine is this, but it's a good watch. Watch it. But yeah, the one thing which I do like is it sounds good, but I just like it based on like what they did for the entire season. And so throughout most of this, you kind of have the sort of like two brothers on the same side. You can't have them separated, which I think is what I think the previous season did. I forgot what number it is. Let me just double check. Yeah, season 8, I think. This is season A. Oh no, I think it's season 7. Season 6 had the thing where they split up with the fake thing, real thing. But I like the idea that they are against each other for a bit near the beginning, and then at the end, because it makes sense. I like the question about like, did he suffer enough through being trapped in like a situation? But besides that, and that question of, do we put him back in prison? He was in a sort of prison section. And her going back to her family is really good, and not becoming sort of like a nobody is really fun as well, and that being really interesting. And asking for forgiveness, because in season 1 the attack failed, she was blamed for it, and I love that she was able to be forgiven, and I really like it, and I think it's really good. But yeah, overall, besides those moments and the cool new design that she gets, it's okay. The other thing is she keeps getting more and more dark, but overall it's good, it's okay. I would recommend to watch though. So I hope you enjoyed, and good night.
I don't need to be perfect, I'm fine with this. It makes me sad.
Sydney. So yeah, I don't know. I can see the thing go up and down, so it kind of looks like it's working. So I got something new. So yeah, I said I was gonna make a cosplay. I've got a knife for it. I've got a glove for it. Now I just need I need the mask, which I have. I don't know how much you can hear out of this, or if it's a bit too muffled, but I've got this. Woo! And I need to get a cloak. Again, this is all for like making it easy to clip, so I can do thoughts and analysis. Being like, oh, I'm sort of like announcing stuff. There is still some other stuff I want to announce, some from Christmas, some from now, that I've done between the times, and also a drinks thing that I want to do. But yeah, this is the thing. It looks cool. So yeah, it's all about clips. Don't worry about that.
Since y'all keep lying, saying that you can touch your thumb to your pinky, despite science is saying only 1% of the population can do it, I'm now gonna ask a random person in public to do so. Yo, dude, if you can touch your thumb to your pinky, I will give you $20.
Bro, that's easy.
Alright, go, do it. Do it.
Alright. What? Bro, what? I can't do it.
I told you! Bruh, I told you! See, he can't do it, I can't do it, and neither can you.
Okay, so here's the plan. We're gonna sneak in. We're gonna pretend to be reindeers. And we're gonna pretend we're normal. Wait, do we not have the reindeer? We don't have the reindeer costume! I know this has nothing to do with reindeers. I just have nothing else as a fun. So, I don't have anything. And I like this. I find this really cool. It's really fun. This section here might be less. This is definitely not going to be a short one. This is definitely not going to be less than 3 minutes. Absolutely not. But overall, with the non-spoilery stuff, is not as much to talk about. So this section might be a bit short, because overall, the better stuff that I would like to talk about, it's overall in the better side. So I'm gonna go from here into my more longer side, because this I like, because one, I like the idea that one of the main things about this is that you're dealing with the current thing with like one person being like has this, you have so much stuff happening, because that's what I like about Spy X Family, because it's basically fun because it's a bunch of like, we're gonna do all of this and chuck it on the plate and see what happens. It's fun because of that. And one of the things that comes up is that, because in the Spy X Family, you have, and I love the intro. The intro is so interesting, because the intro describes the show so well of this, which is basically, here's this person. She's an assassin, and she will kill people in a moment's notice, and is the best character. But she's also trying to pretend to be a normal person, a normal wife, and pretend to just do normal stuff, and she works at this place, and she's trying to keep the family so her co-workers don't suspect, like, because it's like one of those things where it's like, you don't have a wife. It's stupid in that way, but it makes sense in the universe. But it's like, and then you also have the spy who's also trying to meet this one Pacific villain, and the one Pacific villain is trying to get this thing, but he has this fake family, and then you have this daughter who, it looks like a normal daughter, but secretly is a psychic. And then you have this dog, and the dog looks pretty normal. A bit kind of weird, but a bit normal. But secretly, he can predict the future. And that's what I love about the show. And I love how this show, like the show, it is hectic. And when you get like the big finale thing, how hectic it is, it's so hilarious. I also love, it seems like Anya thinks, I guess I don't know what Anya's name, Anya thinks it's like, oh, it's like some chocolate heist, and no, it's way bigger than this, but it's so hilarious. I also like the fight scenes, and when we get back together being like, oh, you're here? Oh, yeah, yeah, it's like, and then it's like, oh, why did you get here? It's like, oh, I decided to get here on the last minute. It's like, oh, yeah, what a shame. It's like, oh, yeah, we need to talk about it. They're all trying to go to each other and try and be like, oh, yeah, this is normal, right? Yeah, normal, just I'm just doing a thing. Yeah. Most of the time I'm fine with it, but it's so, because like I don't like the, oh yeah, I was doing this and I was doing this, and even like I'm watching Marvel Spider-Man, which don't be mistaken by the alternate Spider-Man, which is Marvel Spider-Man. It's hilarious, but like that has a scene where it's like, oh, everyone hates Peter Parker because of in the story it get mishmash. Also, I will review that soon, in a way, but it's a bit mishmash of like a bunch of stuff, and they're like, and I don't like it because like I know why this person is mad because there's a set of scenarios that explain it. More specifically, mind swap. Yeah, it's one of those. I like the idea, but it's like mind swap, and it like messes it up, and no one knows, and it's like, really interesting. The other thing that I do like though is the other thing that I would like about this one though is because it's overly done. It's extremely like the conversation is like two people, and it's like explaining, oh, is he doing this? Is he doing that? It's over. Like I don't mind with that. It's fun being like this, not extreme drama, because when you get extreme drama, it's like, oh, he hit me or like this. But it's that sort of like fun cheesiness, like you know that it has this seriousness to it, but it is that funness to it rather than being like, oh, you did this and like looking down and having everyone being dramatic. It's more like, oh yeah, fine, yeah. And the other thing that also helps is that you see from all perspectives. So it's like this, and everyone's getting everyone confused, and no one's understanding what's going on, and trees are like this, and I like that. It's really interesting, really fun, and overall, the whole plan, I think, is just one of the best with this. And as you can see, this is probably the one with the longest review for like last 2 days, because last 2 days didn't have much to say, but I do like it. But it's not going to be a 10 minute. I'm not going to do it 10 minutes. Because I like it, but not that much. It is good. It is entertaining. It is fun. But besides the things I talked about, and also the one bit where they pretend to be someone else, that's funny. It's like, yes, of course it's me. Obviously, no one can be the real me. Yes, that makes total sense. It was like, sure, go with that. But this is fun. This is entertaining, and I would recommend to watch. So yeah, like I've been saying, I think this is really good. I think this is 100% worth watching. So yeah, I hope you enjoy watching. I do recommend this. So yeah, I hope you enjoy. I hope you like this video. Comment and write down your opinions in the comments. And also, why am I saying this series, this film? Oh no, I haven't been saying film. Anyway, hope you enjoyed and good night. So recently I've been doing like you know these things where you do a couple of like nice stuff. I introduce a couple of stuff. I show a couple of stuff. I got one game doing the thing, and then I bought another game with like some Christmas money. What? So yeah, let's do this. We've got to play a game. Oh wait, did I rename it? Did I change it? I don't think I did. No, I didn't. Yeah. Why don't we just change it anyway right now? Because I'm insane and who cares? Updated. I don't think it changed on the thing, so I don't think that matters. Oh, it does. Somewhat. It's gonna be like on the previous one where I was like, here's what was this, and this is but who cares? Now I know how to change it midstream, yay! Anyway. Okay.
A brawl is surely brewing. Here goes.
as you can see, I saw Netflix on there, but I don't know if the first one's on there. I did check with, if you see the suggestions, which more like this, the original would make sense to put there, but it has. So yeah, ironic enough, we're back. Weirdly, it's a bit confusing, but we'll get into it. So yeah, season 2. I kind of did a review of season 1, The Other Side of Holiday, and even though it has been technically a while, I watched it surprisingly close to season 1 because I kind of, it was on a bit of a back burner, and then I realised, oh shoot, there's a second season. That was stupid. So I did that, and I watched it, and it was really good because they talk about bringing heroes over, and you have that. It's fun, it's interesting, and it's just entertaining. But not really much to talk about. The one thing which I would like to talk about, because I feel like it's fun and an interesting idea, is the stuff that they do with language. With the language, you have this thing where they sort of like translate and like create this sort of like verbal effect where you can hear two languages on top of each other. It's not much, but it's really interesting how they have this verbal feedback of like, you hear the language and then you hear this English, which I think in Japanese would also be Japanese, which I just love as a general fun idea. It's really interesting. Again, it's just a fun idea in general. It's so cool and so amazing. So yeah, this is short because there's not much to say, but this is kind of good, kind of okay. If you want to watch it, watch it. I would think it's a good series to watch. So I hope you enjoy, and good night. We're going to create something new. Ding ding ding, this exists, yay. What, you think there's something more? Oh, realistically, you'll be right. It's not just this. So, another thing that I got for Christmas, also, yes, I know this is happening, but the chain's off, but I'm going to like maybe stitch it back on somehow. I get this. Glue it on so at least it is connected. That's my plan, but don't worry about that. That's tomorrow's me. I'm starting to get into this because it looks cool. Paddle racket. Also, technically, I think this is meant to go in here, and that's reverse grip. I don't know. This looks cool. I like this. I'm starting to get into this. I don't know why. Because it looks fun. I went on holiday once and I played it, and I thought it'd be fun. So, yeah, I got these. So yeah, this is just fun. So let's get back into the video.
This match will get red hot. And begin!
Okay, boom. So, where is it? Okay, so corpse.
him 9 inches yet?
Said 15-year-old me.
Add nuts. How much? I need nut instructions.
Well.
You're gonna want the deep 9-inch.
Don't we all?
Right, we got 2 fruitcakes here. Ooh, it's a boy.
This feels familiar.
I'm going to assume we have the same size package. Though the last time I made that mistake, I ended up stunned and quite self-conscious. This has to be the most complicated laxative on the planet. Potatoes are finished when they're soft. Yes, I've noticed that with men. Now, when I think of zucchini, I think of good barbecues, summer salads. Men, time for the filling. That's the perfect name for a baking-themed OnlyFans. Eat until soft. Honey, I don't need instructions. I'm single. You know what stings more than a knife, Mr. Onion? Rejection. Finish with nuts.
Don't have to ask me twice.
Takes a while to come out. Don't worry, I did too. Normally, if you're looking for a mouthful of wood, you just go to a sawmill. Or Tinder. And this, gentlemen, is what happens when we get old. No clue. I've never made a date cream before. It's not November yet, so we're cleared for some optional nuts. And that's how these will last longer than even the most talented of men.
So on one hand, we need to find a potential terrorist group that could kill everyone. On the other hand, you're saying we need to look after our children. So this, I like. Because I haven't seen a series quite like this. And like I said with the opening, it kind of has this idea of being like, okay, sometimes you have to do both. I know it's not relevant to this, but like, it uses the idea of duality in a way. There was a video talking about Spider-Man, Spider-Man 4, and Spider-Man 4 dealing with duality a lot, and I really love it. But this looks, not with Spider-Man's viewpoint, also definitely watched the video, I don't remember what it's called, but it's the PS4 Spider-Man, Marvel Spider-Man dealing with like duality, and that he's trying to deal with like short-term versus long-term game and duality of people being more than just one thing, and it's really fun. Definitely go watch it. I love the video and it's really explained really well. But I like the idea that through this, you deal with the duality of like looking after this mission, which is basically a terrorist organization which could kill everyone, versus the other side, which is looking after and having a nursery for children. To, like, maybe babies. Because some of them are really young. And I love it. I find it really interesting, in that idea. Of that duality of it all. Do you know what I mean? It's weird. I get it's weird. It is that sort of, like, weird duality. But you deal with things of like, oh, here's how the investigation is going. Oh, here's how to probably like look after our children. And that duality just makes it fun and interesting. I don't know why, it just creates this weird dynamic of like one hand they're talking about like these people doing these things, blowing up stuff, stealing people. We even go to the point of like taking them away from sort of like the nursery to a more safer place. Because it's like, oh, I'm not going to work with you. Because how it works is one person, because of an event, wants to look after their children. I'll talk about that more later because I feel like, and because of that, I won't sort of like help you unless the nursery happens. And I like that as an idea. But the one thing which I love, which is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, it is the fact that he was like, Joe, what? My wife, because of the hypnosis and these orders, how the system works of like her attacking me and then dying. He doesn't blame anyone, but it's like, I now have to look after the children, and I like it. I also like the effort of, because you look into like the hierarchies and this and that, and that creates this sort of like fun idea of like, what is the hierarchy? What is the point of it all? Why do you have it? And it's really interesting how they question it. And the one way we get it is by the wife of the character who makes the nursery thing goes and gets hypnotized because of the rank system. You can't do... If you're a rank below another vampire, also by the way there's vampires in this, it's like, oh, if you're below them, you have to go and be like, you have to do what the vampire says, or else. I don't know what happens or else, or unless it's like a hypnosis, like basically this. I also, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, love that when they see the true vamp, which is the whole series, they're trying to find the villains trying to find the true vamp and kill him, eventually, so everyone becomes, like, gets this horror, and then despair waves and vampires are all destroyed. I like the idea that in the end, when he's trying to solve a problem, he just makes all of them forget there even was a problem there, and they all walk away. Not with the main group. I don't think he ever does it with that. But I like the idea that he just, like, there's a couple like vampires that don't even have names, and it's like, oh, why was I here? I need to go off this way. Oh, I need to go off this way. I need to go to the more important areas. I need to go and do something important. And instead of being like, oh no, someone's being attacked, they're like, oh no, I need to go here. I like it. It's like, just get them away, I don't care. I'm gonna solve the problem. It's really interesting. Also, I like the idea that one of the things that happens is kind of like, they have this like cocoon phases, which I'm guessing is sort of like being a kid. Not specifically a kid, but more like a teenager. And it's sort of like, I'm going to stay in this sort of like teenager cocoon phase. And they get powers over it, and it's really interesting how that works, and really fun. With the cocoon phases and all that. I like that idea about like being forever stuck in this young phase. It's really fun, and in my opinion, really creative. So, yeah. The other thing that I think is really... No, wait, last thing. Why do I say another thing which I think is really good? Because I had no point to say. Usually I just say stuff before I realise that's stupid. Anyway, watch this. I like it, it's really good, and is really entertaining. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed, and good night. Good night. Sorry, I don't know why I didn't click the button. Good night. Alright, let's keep that in anyway. Woo!
Yay! My next thing... There's a couple of other stuff I've got. There's one more board game, but I don't do board games because 2 days ago I did board games. So I'm going to do that tomorrow. So that's coming there. And I think there's maybe... Yeah, there's one more thing, which is figurines, which is more specifically Funko Pops, which is over there, I just realised, that I also want to show. But Palladium. I went to Palladium on Friday. And this is more closer than the other ones, but I wanted to talk about this because it's fun. If you want to, if anyone wants to comment, there's a couple of fun facts, but that's besides the point. That's about London, not the Palladium. The Palladium, not the Palladium, the one at Windsor was really good. And whoever says Palladium is just for kids, shut up, the Palladium exists. Pantomime, yeah, this is a pantomime, not a Palladium. My brain is broken, but yeah, it's so good. There's going to be more in the stream, but yeah. Like I said, I had more to say because I accidentally messed up. Okay. Disposing water bottles. Blah, blah, blah. Disposing bottled water. Free bottled water.
Steven, what are you doing in there?
Drugs.
I know. Technically, this is technically Special 5, but technically, this is sort of a Christmas special. So yeah, we're back into let's see if I get cursed today. Will I find that I have lost all my money? I don't know. But the one thing I want to talk about before I talk about the review is I know Ncuti Gatwick has, I think, a interesting reputation. Because I know there's some people who like him, like me, and there's some people who don't. And I'm not naming names. Like you over there. You know what you did. Anyway. But I find him okay. I find him, like, fine. I find him good. I like it. Well, I have actually said this. He's my favorite Doctor now. Even more than my first Doctor, Matt Smith. And legitimately is really interesting. So, I know, like, a lot of people say he's a bit too emotional. I don't mind. Because I've dealt with, like... Because you have these different things. Like, you have this more colder until later on in the season. With the first Doctor. Matt Smith did a bit of a like, ooh, I'm just going to be this. But still has his darker sides. David Tennant. Matt Smith was a bit of a kooky one. And then you had Peter Capaldi, who was the dark, like really, like, cold, and, like, did not give a shit. And then you had, why do I always remember her name? Forget her name. Jodie Whittaker, which, yes, I did do a search. I'm not complaining. Also has some great things, which I like. With her having a really interesting story with her companions. And also mystery. But I like Ncuti Gatwick for what it is, a really fun, like, interesting version of the Doctor. And I like him. I know most of that is about who he is and everything, but I just want to say that he is my favourite Doctor. So if you want to take that as bias, fine. I don't, but sure. Now, spoilers! Yes, I know the first part wasn't really non-spoilers, but I just wanted to say that first. I love this. The idea about a literal... Because I can't talk about this without talking about spoilers, so unless you want to hear a couple of seconds on how I like their acting, which... you have a hotel that goes anywhere in time is cool. The idea that it's like Christmas on all sides is also cool. The whole thing about analysing a person of what they need is cool. Let's talk about... Okay, let me just finish off the rambling. And then it's like, the idea of one trying to make a star is cool. The AI briefcase with hypnosis is cool. Also, I love that some people complain the idea that it's a bit, like, weird because they might not know that it works. It is an experiment, and you can also say that you have dealt with, like, similar things before. So it might be like, this could be similar enough that you could be like, yeah, I see this being, like, good. Like, oh, I've seen stuff similar to this. That, like... I'm like, okay, this is, like, this could work. And it's, if I don't do it, I die. If I do it, I die. I could die, but I could not die. So it is a worth risk. I also like the idea that you have a whole loop and you actually see both sides of the loop and it looks different. And I really like the idea that, like, the loop you see from both perspectives, and I find it really interesting. Because you see this one loop being like, you have to say it, you have to finish the loop. That's how we get the code. It's like, how do we get the code? It's like, and it's like he's being mysterious and like, you know, that's a move. And then you realize why? Because he has to do this. He has to learn through this 1 year. And I love that idea that he learns And he's like, oh yeah, I can't not do this at the moment because this, I need this. Technically, it is a fun idea, but it's like, okay, it's something that I need to sort of become better, right? So becoming like better as a doctor, and I love the two perspectives. Ooh, hit. I know the one thing I don't get, the one thing I don't really care about, because I don't mind CG, besides if it's like really bad, like I kind of get it. But a lot of people like look at, there's a scene where like he's hurling an anchor above his head. And I'm going to be completely honest. Yes, it looks, if you look at it, it's not perfect. But for what it is, it's fine. And I don't really mind it so much. But overall, I do, because there's one person, because I was watching Is it worth it was YouTube about like one YouTuber does about, I'm like, and then he does this thing about, is it trash? I don't know what the YouTuber's name is fully off the top of my head, and I don't want to look at it. And it's like that point, I'm like, it's fine for what it is. They also commented about like adding, there's a scene about being like love letters, and it's like that feels a bit forced. It's not. I just think it's a try and do a joke. It's not as good as I feel like, because the joke's like, I think you should dump him. That letter is awful. I wrote it. Oh, but I think you would love it so much. And it's like she. It's like at least. It's good. It's representation, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with a joke not being as great if it's like representation. Yay. Also, I just like the first part being like, I think you should dump it. This letter is terrible. I wrote it. Never mind it. It's the idea that like he's getting the situation a bit confused, and I'm fine with like the whole point is just he got the situation confused and he's just flustering, and that's why it's like. That's why it's sort of like, I think the next line is like her, and then it's like, well, I need to leave. And it has that stuff. I also like the idea that the rooms he goes to, he comes back and sees. And then later on when they're doing the star scene, they come back. Also like the idea that Joy, which I think is sort of a North Star, has this sort of like star thing, and it's really fun. It's really interesting, and I think it's just really clever overall. Having the North Star being like bringing joy and hope, and everyone goes to it, and it's a really fun idea. I also find it somewhat sad. I know the whole point of that, it looks like a video, but debatably, they're not. I don't think they were going to do the video thing with like making an actual video. I get it, but there's a whole thing where it's like, they were doing a Zoom call, and it looks like a perfect video. I will fully critique that kind of looks stupid. But overall, I'm fine with that. So like, if you believe in something, it's like, yeah, that's a video. It's like, yeah, it's a video. And I was like, oh, I can believe that's a video. And move on. Doesn't look like one, but that's besides the point. But I do think it's really fun. It is a really creative idea, and I do really think it's enjoyable. I do 100% recommend for you to watch. So yeah, this is long. But overall, besides me sometimes getting distracted by my app currently doing something, and the story being actually pretty fun and entertaining, because some of the Christmas episodes aren't as good and aren't as bad. My personal favorite one is across the past, present, and future. Love that one, legitimately. I also like the one about going to sleep, because that is terrifying. Like waking up being like, doing my job, and then I was like, wait, this is a dream and it's eating me alive. I know it's like there's a couple of parts that are not written well, but I like it. I like it. It's weird, it's fun. I love it. So yeah, I think you should 100% watch it. BBC in the UK, Disney in, I think, anywhere else. I don't know. So I hope you enjoyed this long ass video, and good night.
Do this better.
That's the thing I don't do usually, because like normal, I'm doing this thing, the intro, the yay, the 1 minute talking about one specific topic so Henry can make a clip out of it. And don't worry, also, I got a couple other things because I went to Starlight Express. This is upside down. I know some people at one point had there was this online thing about not liking Andrew Lloyd Webber, but I don't fully know about it, so I'm not gonna comment on that. If anyone wants to talk to me or like comment about it, what the thing was, you can. There's also like things in the program about how the stage was made, which is really cool.
Now go.
Okay. These are worth it because I can get really good hits. If I miss, it would just go around to the one behind me. Okay, mostly good here.
Maybe I'm just giving like fun no name. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay. There's there's the other word. Oh, I mispronounced this one.
Dangerous Kids Toys People Bought, Part 3. In 2013, the Heffy Slider tricycle was recalled because it was reported that the handlebar could become loose while riding, causing crashes. Yeah, sounds like population control to me. They probably also put a magnet in this thing in case the kids get close to traffic. Get your child this tricycle for Christmas, and next Christmas, you'll be the one getting all the attention. The Dan D Chicken Dance Tap Dancing Easter Chicks was recalled because the music it played reached decibel levels so high it caused hearing damage. I seem to have the same effect on people. Every time I start talking, people run away holding their ears in pain. Oh my god, am I the Miley Cyrus of comedians? The Captain Cutlass Toy Pirate Pistol was recalled because the paint used on the toy contained an excessive amount of lead. How many times I gotta say it, people? Population control. To be fair though, if they really wanted to do that, all they would really have to do is put glass particles in half the nation's supply of baby food. Really? Hello? Population control branch of the United States government? I got the job? Oh, that's great, because I was going to do that anyways, but now I get paid.
So, if you really think... Okay, I'm dying. So yeah, I had to re-record all this because I accidentally told you about spoilers. Because I like this. And I like talking about spoilers. So, let's get the quick things out of the way. One. I like... A lot of people talk about it. That we didn't just redo the game. If you know this, I'm fine with talking about Season 1. Season 1 I'm fine with, because if you haven't watched Season 1, don't watch this review, because this is talking about Season 2. So, non-spoiler stuff spoiler stuff that'll be in Season 1 will be in non-spoilers. That's roughly how I'll do it, because I would think that you would watch Season 1 before either watching Season 2, or thinking about watching a review of Season 2. Okay. It's just... one thing I realised I haven't said, because some of the other things about, like, spoilers I've said, but not if it's in multiple seasons. Like an idiot. But they could have done like the thing being like, and also when I did my original recording, see Twitch highlights or Twitch originals, I did the thing where I'm like, okay, you do this. You could just do the same game and also forgot a couple of games. You could go, okay, let's go to red light, green light, which, yeah, you can see this. I'm fine with saying there's red light, green light. You can see this image up there. I'm like, by the way, what's the first game again? I have no clue. I'm not going to be that much of an idiot. Also, I'm leaning towards here because I'm leaning towards my mic, but technically this is not part of the audio. It's right here. But it's funny that I just lean. You can also then go to cutting out the honeycomb, which I want to make because I feel like that would be interesting and I would like to know what it tastes like. Then you can go to sort of like the bridge. You can go to this and you can do all of that. And one, they didn't. They changed their format. And how they changed everything is so interesting. And obviously, okay, the one thing that they introduced is, one, this is half the game, in a way. In Squid Game, the first season, it's the entire game. You see people go in, and then you see people go out, and you see the winner of the game. Squid Game is the entire game. Also, I know one person says, oh, and you shouldn't definitely make you shouldn't make a real life Squid Games. I feel like that's the same thing. A lot of people replicate traitors. Should you make a game that represents betraying people? Should you, like, I think there's been a couple of versions of people making a werewolf-like game. Should you make this? Because werewolves is about being very mistrusting and very, like, secretive. And is this series clearly about, like, the difference between the upper class and the lower class? Yes. Does that mean that you can make a fun idea and make it into a game show? Do I think it's very ironic? Yes. I think it's very hilarious that they made an actual Squid Game challenges. You also haven't forgotten the Mr. Beast version, which I also like to point out is hilarious because the whole point of season 1, because this is before season 2, I'm not going to claim that there's more heavier ideology talking season 2, definitely near the beginning, where they don't even do the game. They sort of like look at these people who are settled down. The first game is basically a choose left or right. But sometimes it's like you don't have a choice. You just choose. Like, it's like between lottery or bread is the first game, in a way. And you're like, oh, what would you rather pick? Now health or in the future health? If I take the gamble and look for future health, I could have a chance that I could be better off. So it's not a choice. It's about people who in the higher ups are making the choices for you. And yeah. Also, I'm really surprised that, not for moral aspects, same with like The Purge, they do a similar type of thing where they talk about this ideology. But I'm surprised they don't bring up the idea of this being a way to get the numbers out. Overpopulation is a huge problem, and people can say that, like, oh yeah, this will like do this and that. I'm not saying it's morally right. No. But I'm surprised. I don't know if I'm either an idiot or like some things Din said. I know some people are like, oh, they'll just do the same anyway, so who cares? It's just like spreading the wealth. But like, you could make, I don't know, maybe I'm being an idiot, maybe I'm overthinking this, I love it anyway. This is fucking awesome. This is fucking cool. I like, because overall they had sort of like 3 games, in a way. You had red light, green light, which is this game, which is red light, green light. Also, this is way longer than I thought. I thought it would be like 7 minutes, but sure, I have way more to talk about. If this is just 5 minutes, 30 seconds, but hey. You have the second game, which is basically going into the separate rooms and being like, pick a number, pick a this, pick a that. And it's really interesting. Which I don't know why that's based on, because... and then you have the third game. No, that's the third game. Then you have the second game, which is basically the idea of a seven-legged, six-legged race with a couple of like smaller games, and you have to try and beat them all. Being Dutchie, throwing stones, the game where you like pick up small things, try to go and put your own hand. That sounds really complicated. And spinning top, which is so interesting as an idea. That they're like, oh yeah, you have to just beat all the mini games and you have to survive. I also like the idea that one, the guy with the mask, the really big cool mask, that I actually have a copy of here, the front man. Do I have the front man's mask? Not with me right now, but I don't know where I put it. I think it's somewhere. I know I still have it. It's broken. It's got a bit cracked because it was like a cheap one, but I thought it would be cool when the season 1 came out. I don't know. You see like him as one, like you saw like player 1 was the main person in Squid Games. The front man does the same. Also, I love that he flat out cheats and brings himself in later on in the game, which is fun. And I also like the idea that you sort of like he kills one of his friends, which is fucked. I like the idea that this is basically taking him down to the level of, you see, you have to be on like my level. This is how the world works. And it's fucked. Also, I love the idea that there's another game, which is like red light, green light, which has traffic cones to like this one and a male one. And I don't know if they're doing this, but it looks like like chicken or something like that. There's a thing about chicken and all that stuff. I don't know why. Because there's railroads and it's like I know that was a thing, or is that just me being stupid and people like chicken or running across the road? Because it looks like train tracks and you have to try and cross it over. But I think, like everyone else is thinking, that this is the front man's game. This is the game that's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do the game. I'm gonna like create. I'm gonna like be a part of the game, and it's so interesting overall because we don't have this story. We know that he was a good man beforehand with a wife and kids, and we know he entered the game at a certain point. But why did he came from a person who's fine? Because we know he became broken up to join the games because you're not successful and have enjoyed the games. But I like the idea that like, what was his games? What were his games? We might never know. We might know 1 or 2. I don't know if it'll be part of ours because we've had a sort of red light, green light, and it's weird to repeat it because the other games don't have a repeat. But hey, I don't know. Maybe we're around with ideas being like, hey, we can do that again. I'm fine with it. I'm not going to complain. But it's very interesting what season 3 might be, which is the final season, which is sad. But to be fair, eventually the season had to end, and having season 2 and season 3 basically be one game, and also in a way maybe bring up number 1's game, is I think very fitting in my opinion. So yeah. But yeah, I think this is really fun. This is really entertaining, and I 100% recommend for you to watch it. It's cool, it's awesome, and definitely with certain characters, it looks certain cool. I spoke about this way too much, and they even have a draft version, but yeah, I love it. It is absolutely amazing. So yeah, I hope you like this video, comment your opinion, and I hope you enjoy. So yeah, and good night.
Alistair, please say darling in a seductive way.
Darling.
You can't go out dressed like that.
Don't worry, I'll be taking it off when I get to art class, where I'll be posing nude.
You'll do nothing of the sort.
I'm running late. Can we just cut to the key yelling points?
Fine. I forbid it. Not while you're under my roof. I didn't raise a hussy.
It's my right as a woman. Nudity empowers me. There's nothing sinful about the female form. We done here?
Yeah, we're done.
Wait, if Bill Cipher was in Grunkle Stan's mind before it was erased, and Stan got all his memories back, wouldn't that mean Bill Cipher could come back too? Who knows? Show's been over for 4 years, so it probably doesn't matter. Anyway, reality's an illusion, the universe is a hologram, bye gold, bye!
My gosh, everyone keeps typing this. What does IDK mean? I don't know. I know. I don't know either. No, I don't know. No one seems to know. It's crazy. Oh my gosh, you're so stupid.
What if? Yeah, I can't do a what if in your life and my life. That's besides the point. So yeah, what if season 3, which is the end. All of it's done. There's no more. Which, on one hand, I get it. The whole arc with the Watcher's done. He's did his, I'm not going to get involved season 1. He did his, maybe I should get involved, but not really. And now in season 3, he's got another arc, which is actively do something. You can actually see him in one of the stories change it quite a bit. Also, yes, I am putting on the computer in front of me the episode's name so I can remember. I didn't do it with the others, but I feel like I need to. It's not allowing me because apparently I need to log in, and I'm not logging into a third device. It's going to cause so much problem. For I was logged in, but sure, let's pretend I'm not. Yeah, I like this. I find it fun. I know some people say Carter is a bit of a Mary Sue. I say, I don't care. The only thing I kind of get is maybe with like the armor not needed because you have the Infinity Stone, but maybe there was a reason. Maybe the power, maybe it could have been overpowered. And yeah, kind of grabbing the Infinity Stone where everyone has died, I kind of get, but I'm fine with it. It's just like a couple of, it is that. I like overall the what ifs, but yeah. Now let's talk about the fun part, the actual what ifs. So yeah, so we're gonna go down, and you have the sort of like the episode that sort of like a lot of people said was sort of like a mixture between sort of like Gundams, sort of like the Gundam episode, and the Power Rangers, like with the merger of all the Gundams together. And to be fair, I like that episode. I like the what if, which is the what if, where it's like, basically what happens is, instead of meeting Steve, he meets sort of Banner, and it's like, therapy. Shocking. It's really interesting, and I like the idea. I like the whole like friendship, which is really interesting, and I like what happens at the end, where it's like the friendship still remains. He does this thing, and I really like it. It's really interesting. It's also really shocking that all the Avengers died, and it's so dark. So yeah, and then you have the Akavor Long episode, which is why I think they should have kept. Legitimately, if you wanted to not do the arc, just carry on. Season 4, have like an episode with, you know, Hawkeye, and an episode that deals with like the what if, like, I don't know. But I feel like you can do so much more, and the fact that they bring the Eternals characters, meaning they are actually can too, and I don't know what we're going to do with it, and the what if into together, and it's really interesting, and I like it. But this is why I'm like, why don't you just do an anthology series? Because like at first, that's what you sort of seen. You had an overarching story, sure, good, done. Season 2, build on the story. Sure, good, done. And then season 3 is like, oh yeah, it's all about the story. I think if they would have done, that's the one thing I do kind of get, is like, yeah, the overall story, I'm fine with it in season 1. In season 2, they did it over like 2 or a couple of episodes. But I do think that I would have loved if they would have just staggered it out. Maybe like season 4 was what season 2 would have been, and they would have just done a couple of like anthologies, Black Mirror it. You also have the Red Guardian episode, which I love because Red Guardian is funny and is really hilarious as a character. Also, love the idea, if you think about it, the whole thing with Tony is that, like, oh, he grew up with the company, etc., 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 and he became the person, and he sort of went in a cave, did all of that stuff, and ran away and then you get later, he becomes part of the company. You have Iron Man 1 with the character. But the one thing I like is, in a way, at the end of the day, when you see the Red Guardians, he stops the parent getting killed, so that means the partner doesn't take over. And I think he dies. I don't know if he dies. He sounds like he might have died. So I love when you see at the end, Tony Stark still becomes Iron Man. Unless it's another person. Maybe it's like someone else. Or maybe like he worked with his dad to build his tech and they talk together. Night, night! I don't know why I added that in and I didn't do it on the stream. Maybe guys. But I like how he still becomes Iron Man. I'm not going to question how. That's one like I would love some more. And then you go back to another, because they don't do it too often. They did it in season 2, where they went back to season 1 episode. And it's like, oh, we're going to go back to it and like do that, and I love that, and it's really fun. But you also have you also have the Howard the Duck, which brings in the character that I want to come back in the main MCU. They bring in a couple of characters in the finale, and one of them is literally from episode 4. The others aren't. But I like if they would have actually carried on. But that brings up a character, and the whole thing's just like a sort of like a Bugs Bunny type thing. And then you have an Ironheart what if. Again, just make more with different characters in different situations. I would like it. Which basically, the Earth breaks open, the Eternal actually breaks out, and then the illusions, it is really interesting. 1872 I love, because I love the whole idea. It's really fun, it's really creative, and I really love it. And then the Watcher disappearing, and What If, the 2 finales, sort of like also has Captain Carter disappear. I don't know if that's permanent, because I would love more Captain Carter, because yes, I know I am biased. I am fully biased. Captain Carter, the best character by Marvel. Captain Carter. I'm fully biased. I don't care. Also, this also proves, in a way, that Captain Carter that died in Doctor Strange World is not the same as Captain Carter in this series, because they die and disappear in different ways. Unless that literally makes her appear in that universe. Well, if that's the case, the Watcher will be like, yes, she will be. Oh, wait, she's over there. Oh, yeah, I found her. She's over there. Oh, wait, she's dead. So she's not the same, and she's going somewhere else, which I feel like, where is else? I feel like that is somewhere. I feel like that is just a linchpin. It's like, maybe there is something else. Maybe she's there. And we'll see what happens. And that'll go somewhere. So I don't think the characters are gone completely. Because you have these 4 characters that were in... one of them was in just season 2 and 3. The other... 2 of them were in just season 2 and 3. What's the episode that she's in? Because it's also one I like. The whole series I love, and I love to talk about them, and it's really good. Yeah, season 6, and Richie returns for the finale. Captain Carter does season 1, episode 1, episode 5, episode 6 and 9. And then you have one encounter who's the only other returning character, which is from episode 4 technically, but we don't see her as a teenager, we see her still as a baby and a young person. And one of them, which is basically Storm with Thor's power, which is badass, doesn't have an episode, which is fun. I'm fine with it, because like, this character does this, why not? Why the not? Yeah, this is complicated. It's weird, complicated, and quite unusual. It's awesome. It's badass. I wish I did more, because I don't think they're going to do more. But yeah, it's amazing. And so yeah, I really do enjoy, and yeah, we're getting ready to see, we're not doing season 4 to do more of X-Men. But yeah, I hope you like. Good night. Good night. I'm doing like so many today, but yeah, so I'm gonna try and do this quick. But yeah, this is a small version. I absolutely love it. Look at this. Look at this. This is a small version of you also have these small cards. It's like a Go map for Cluedo. Look at the small map. Look at this small map. It's not an insult. I just like it. Whoever made this, I give props to. Also, why is there one blank? And also, why does it look like? Because these two don't match up, but it looks like it should match up. And I am very curious. Maybe it was like quick matching, and they didn't. These are worth it because I can get really good hits. If I miss, it would just go around to the one behind me. I get mostly good hits. Okay. Jeez. Now be playing God and don't do that. Right, yeah, right. Have a fun intro. This is so unique that I legitimately am stuck and I actually can't think of an intro, so let's talk about it. Yeah, like I said, usually I'll do about it. And I was about to do maybe a shorter one. I said this on my stream, and now I'm going to contradict myself. Again. Not 10 minutes long, luckily. Because this one is interesting. Because I think I saw it or heard about this because I've definitely seen, like, gecko robot type stuff. And so, like, oh yeah, this is happening. This is a thing. I know it exists. Also, don't try and make me pronounce that name. I can't. Also, I will try and put, like, because I know there's a dash above the A and U, and I will try and see if I can find that with my keyboard. But, yeah, hopefully I find it. But I liked this. Not only do you have multiple angles, but I like sort of seeing what people are seeing and sort of trying to picture together, being like, because it's what it basically is is a story about two people and sort of like this plot, which I can't talk too much about it because some of it's spoilers, but let me talk about the interesting thing. The animation looks amazing. The story is amazing. Well, it's good. Actually, it is pretty amazing. It's pretty, I don't know, good slash amazing. Like, if it's like up, it's like pretty high. It is somewhat, if you take the bare bones, it is somewhat normal, overprotective father, kidnapping, etc. But the reason why I like this, because of how it's told, which I think makes it interesting because it shows, it keeps cutting to this, and then this, and then this. And sort of having communications. So I like it because of that. But the one thing I definitely like about this, and I definitely enjoy, is sort of the overall idea with the designs. Because the idea is you have this technology, and I love the idea being, I think it's got somewhat of a thing like Squid Games, where it's like, rather than talking about money and how that's I'm talking about the idea that like people who are high up and have that area don't help the people below, right? And that's like a major thing. Being like up there, they don't really help compared to down here. And like you have the disparity of the upper town and the lower town, and people in the upper town not helping the people in the lower town, which I think is a fun idea. I also like this big robot design, and it's cool. It is so badass and so amazing. So yeah, I don't know, I just love it. It's so amazing. That's really it. Yeah. It's not going to be a 10-minute one, but this is pretty good. It is entertaining, but besides the robot and the interesting idea that they keep having on the upper side and the lower side, and the thing that they talk about that I like, there's not much to talk about. It is fun, it is entertaining, and 100% worth watching. So I hope you enjoy, and good night. So, I just want to confirm with this. When you mean don't use the super and use the Hadouken, you mean the smaller attacks. Which I think, if you use the pea shooter, it looks like a Hadouken. Is that what you mean? Just to confirm? Because I don't think I've got that set up there. I think I've got the aiming one, which gives me a barrier around myself, and the roundabout, which gives a thing that sort of goes around me. Just to confirm. Just want to confirm that before I think about it. To confirm. So this is 100% true. Also, I just realized in my other video it has no comment, but that's beside the point. This, I think, is 100% true. Most of my reviews are just me rambling and just talking. If you're here for the stream, because sometimes when I record, I say what I'm about to do, and if you catch me when I'm streaming it, you can sort of like, if you mention like, oh, I like this, I will flat out just say like, oh yeah, that's a fair point, and just like mention it. But most of the time, I'm not really with anyone, so realistically, most of the time, I'm just rambling. It's valid, it's true, but I just want to talk. I just mentioned a couple of things off the top of my head. If you have any questions about certain series, you can ask. I'm not going to stop you. But it is valid. This is, like, I thought I'm like, well, I've been called out, yeah, for the great reason, because I just ramble. Like this entire 1-minute video. A 1-minute ramble. So, yeah. So, this is a person who is fully a Captain Carter fan. I think she's the best character. I love the design. I love the idea. Episode 1 is my favorite episode out of all of What If. Even though, fairly, like other people put, it is similar. It is a somewhat similar, besides a couple of key differences. I know that's the whole point of What If, but it seems more like the other episodes don't really have a one-to-one sort of movie. The first Captain America. I'm a huge fan of Captain Carter, and I would agree. Season 1, less so. Because, yeah, she's in the finale, but I would like to point out, so are a lot of the characters from Season 1. It feels like, let's bring a lot of these people together. You've seen these people. I get it in Season 2, and Season 3, she's just in the finale 2 episodes. but I do somewhat get it. It is funny though.
If you're seeing this video on the For You page or on the following page, then I have a present for you. You are allowed to send this video to one person, and that person owes you garlic bread.
This little thing has ruined my life ever since you got it. All you do is the 2D anime girls and play games with Molly. What about me? What about f***ing me?
No! I need that to make money, I promise! Oh my god, what did you do to it? Is it still good? Oh yeah, still works. Hello, ladies.
This is what I'm f***ing talking about, you f***ing beta virgin.
Steven, what are you doing in there?
Drugs.
What do you love?
Donuts.
Again, what was your first love?
Donuts.
More emotional. What makes your heart skip?
Donuts.
Gets out of here, you lousy bum. Please, I'm scared. We're all scared. It's the human condition. Why do you think I put on this tough guy facade? Now beat it.
And then this. Wait, who's that over there? Is that me in the future? Oh, I don't know. So yeah, this takes place sort of, if you know the series, and I think this it can work if you haven't watched the series. Like the others, they kind of acknowledge the series, but like to the point of like, oh yeah, this happens. But all of the sort of like world events kind of are like, and then this happened, and then we'll never mention it again. Which I think is like really good. Also, I would love to go to the, this is not relevant because this is the London one, but I'd love to go to the Paris where they had the alternate versions of themselves. And I would love if they went back and sort of, we see more of the alternate dimension versions of all the characters, which I would love. It's really interesting. It's really fun as an idea. Also, so because of season 9, does that mean the other version of him is dead? Does that mean there's another home? Because that would be fun. That would be a fun idea. Basically, you get another Paris, but like in this one, where this is the Hawkmoth, this exists, etc., etc., etc. We go to the Paris one, and it's like, oh yeah, he died. He had this, and then it's like, yeah. Or like he comes back and it's like, I know who you are because like we, actually no we don't because Cat Noir thinks is not his father, but I do love and I want it to be interesting where like you see it and he's dead, and like Cat Noir and Ladybug from the other world are still here. And they're like, oh yeah, this is what happened to him, and like, that will be interesting. I don't know if they're going to do that. I don't know if they're ever going to bring the counterparts up. I would want to. I would love that. That's not the point. I just brought that up because this is all about World, and World has a thing where it's like, they bring it up, and besides the end of, I think it's season 6, I'll check my phone. They don't bring it up that much, so I don't think they're going to bring this up, because overall, it's a loop, in a way. And I love, because of this, because a lot of people say, oh, why didn't you do this earlier? What? Because I think this puts motivations to why what happens in there happens. So let's do that, but first, So yeah, first things first, let me just see the end. Oh no, it's season 5. Season 5, the final days, they bring up all of the people from Miraculous, which is Miraculous. Where is it? Let me just see. It's more like this, I think. Shanghai and New York. Both of those heroes come back because it's their season 5 deals with the world and all of that stuff. You also, I think, and I would also like if they do it a bit more, which is basically she uses herself and she akumatizes herself a bit more, because that's the whole thing. She akumatizes her, writes it down. But I don't think that's going to happen. Simply because if she wrote it down, because a lot of people are like, oh, yeah, but why don't you try again? Here's the thing. What happens if they try again? The plan works, goes into, she pulls her back out for time. It's basically a loop. But the thing is, the reason why I say she wouldn't do that is she gets the information. It's, oh no, Ladybug is Hawkmoth. Or like Alien West Father, or any names. I was like, okay, what went wrong? Something went wrong. And I can't trust this, because something went wrong. And both Adrian Negress and, yes, I forgot the name of that one, have, like, trust. And, like, she's a manipulator. And, like, something went wrong. To make me write the wrong names, something went wrong. And I can't trust this if this happens again. And because, like, she could be more... She's more manipulative and she's got different characters. She could do so much more, in my opinion, to manipulate people and be like, yeah, that's right. Like, she can do, like, 2 characters. Because she has what she is normally, and then she has the short hair, which is... working out all of that stuff with that overall, which I think is really interesting. I think all of that is just really interesting as an idea. Creating this mystery for season 7. But that's season 7. That's besides the point. What I like about this is the time travel. It's basically, you don't see much of what happens the first time. You see what happens the first time round, and you see it in the background. Like, oh, here's this person talking to this. And you see a couple of moments. I don't think there's a couple of moments that you don't see that happen where the first time, and then you see it for the second time when she's going into the past, which I love. I also love the idea that because she was wearing yellow as a hypist, the whole suit turns yellow as, like, a really fun idea. I also like the one thing I like is I think Cheeky knows about this, and like when she woke up being like, oh yeah, it's this. Oh, okay. It's like, oh, this is just, I think, a way to explain, because the end of season 5, they moved. They went to the respective holders, which is why. This explains why. Because at the end of the day, with that idea, it's if one person has all of these items, and I don't think they're going to do the same where, like, Hawkmoth gathers all the items and be like, I have all these powers and I'll give them to each individual users, because they've done that. And I don't think they're going to do that again. I feel like they might do something else. Hopefully. Please. Don't just be like, and then they take back all the rings and you have to get them one by one all over again. But I think what's going to happen is, because I know there's been weird continuity. Like, I love the idea that, like, the timepiece that was in the time travel episode is one of those, like, miraculous things, but they didn't know about it, but in the episode it gets destroyed. I have a question. That's besides the point. I'm the person who even I have certain problems with the show. I'm fine with it, but I like this world because time travel. They go back and they have it in the side. I also like the one trick that they use, which is basically they go back, do the flip, change the name, and then flip back, and it's like near perfect. So like it's like the focus isn't on because she's facing this way and the thing's here. So it looks like she goes in and just walks around, and then it's like, I'll stop you and all of that stuff. And I love the idea that she does this full speech being like, and we will stop you, which she does know that she's not going to remember this, right? You don't need to. I'll just be like, why are you giving me this thing? Maybe it's like, maybe we need to have her be like, oh, I will stop you, I will defeat you, and have enough confidence to be like, oh, I'm going to undo it, and have this and that. I'm really interested about what her motivations are, because that's one thing I would find really interesting overall. So yeah, I do think this is like, it's not the best series. I fully admit that. There's a lot of, but because I like it and I've got too hooked onto it, I'm like, I can't give up at this point. I can't stop at this point. I finished 81 Regrets last night. That's true by season 5, but there's a new villain, and there's a new thing. I need to see it. I need to. So yeah, I am gonna watch season 6, which I don't know when it's gonna come out. But yeah, I don't know, but it will be really interesting, I think. So yeah, this is here. There's no news on Miraculous and when it's coming out. Oh, January 25th. I don't know. I'll probably be better on Disney Plus. But I like this. This is really good. It's been a weird recording. I don't know. I don't really mind. It's fair. I just think this is worth watching. So yeah, I hope you enjoy. I hope you like. And good night. I just keep it to the end. But yeah, good.
Who's she?
Nobody important.
Nobody important. Blimey, that's amazing. Do you know, in 900 years of time and space, I've never met anyone who wasn't important before.
And what do we do when somebody hates us for no reason? Give them a reason. No.
Beautiful bit of kit, isn't it, sir? The Excelsior Life Extender. It's like driving around in a portable hospital.
Yes, well, it didn't do Mrs. Pitt much good, did it?
Certainly got me there. Maybe it malfunctioned.
Oh, I don't think so. The records show that the machine did everything it could to keep her alive.
And almost drained the battery doing it.
What do you know?
Well, I know that when I find a man fiddling with the chair that someone died in, it's best to play my cards close to my chest.
Really? Well, I know that when I find a man loitering near a chair that someone died in, I do just the same.
Perkins, Chief Engineer.
The Doctor, Nosy Parker.
Pleased to meet you, Doctor. Of course, there's a rumour that someone or something else might be responsible.
I just want everyone to know that if you have a secret, it is safe with me. And I mean that, because there is a really, really good chance that I wasn't listening.
Stop being sad over shit you can't control. Stupid.
Hey, you know I absolutely love you, right?
I'm a fictional character?
Yeah, and you're my favorite individual in the world.
I'm flattered, but I feel it's important to stress I'm not real.
Just shut your beautiful, precious, adorable mouth and let me derive every bit of my happiness from all of the moments you're happy.
You mean in the fictional work I'm featured in?
Yep, and in all the works I've written you into.
Uh-oh.
Okay, take care now, you flippin' superb angel baby.
What?
Have you ever loved someone so much that you just want to tuck them away from the world and keep them all to yourself? Well, apparently that's called kidnapping.
And what do we say when somebody flirts with us? I like your eyeballs as well. Okay, no.
So, yeah, this is very confusing, learning about what this does. So yeah, I absolutely love this. So, bit of context. I first started hearing about this series when, I know Dr. Mike did like a thing where he looked, and there was another person who also did a bit of like, oh, like how accurate, like, because this show had, I don't know how old it is, I'm not 100% sure, but it's a bit old, technically. And I like it. I like the idea of looking into, oh, here's how the cells work, here's all the stuff about the cells, here's how they function, and it's fun. The idea of being like, ooh, what do they do? How does each cell work? I am not going to lie, a lot of it is very confusing. They give you so many scientific words about the show, about being like this, and this, and this, and it's very confusing. What I've heard from doctors though is like Dr. Mike, people like Dr. Mike who do it on YouTube, but are technically actual doctors, but also upload stuff on YouTube, is that this is accurate. And I do love it. I do find it really interesting that you get a sort of show that is in one way like scientific in a sort of regards, right? Where you get that like, here's the $10 sciencey words, here's the part where we pause and then we'll describe you how the diseases work, what the cells do, what certain things like that do. But you also get certain things like school, which clearly doesn't take part of the body. It's enough that it's like, you can take creative liberties, but you can be like, here's your, like, legitimately, if someone's like, by the way, I have a kid and you want them to describe the body, yeah. Well, if you want a rough detail, this could sort of get you started to understand. Like, here's a white blood cell. This is what white blood cell does. Here is this. Here is that. Don't ask me to repeat any of the names, because me. Why are they so complicated? Why are sciencey words complicated? It's annoying. But it's really interesting in that sort of idea and that sort of environment, sort of looking at the sort of like human body and figuring out like, oh, what does this do? What does this mean? Also on the other side, what are these diseases? What do these diseases do? That sort of thing is awesome. That's what I like. And to move on to the next section, because I have a couple of things to say, definitely about the ending. The ending I like. So yeah. The one thing I like is that, which is hilarious, is because legitimately, I don't know how many white blood cells there are, but the fact that there's 7 pints of blood, and these two characters are, like, cells. I'm not a doctor, but I feel like there's a lot of cells in 7 pints of blood. And you're getting these two cells constantly meet up, being like, oh, it's you, oh, it's you. It's like, I know I was talking about earlier being like, oh, you can take creative liberties. I just find that funny. That's nothing to do with against the show. You do need to have that sort of like coincidence in a way, because the body is just about do this, do that, do the other. And some things I do like, because most of the time, the enemy, except like 2 times, most of the time the enemies are diseases who are evil, and etc, etc, etc. But the 2 times that, in a way, I think it was 2, was it 2? No, most of the enemies were sort of, actually no, 2 times that they weren't, which I want to talk about. One, which is pollen, and I like the idea that overall, the whole problem was the body was overreacting. And I felt so seen, being like, yes, this is what it feels like to have hate people. It's like shit. It's not as bad at other things, but like I just love the hilarity of like I want you to do this. Everyone literally did what they were supposed to do, and still it didn't work out. It's funny and really interesting. It's like, this is literally also, I love. There's mast cells, which are known as fat cells, but aren't actual fat cells. Thanks, science, for naming 2 things, 2 completely different concepts of the same name. This is not me dissing the show, this is me dissing scientists. Why? Okay. Anyway, the other thing that I like that they had, in a way, is in one regard it is effed up, but one of the episodes deals with cancer and cancerous cells, which cancer is a huge thing and very much a problem, and in the real world, outside of the show, cancer. Yeah, but with this, it's so sort of sad and dark that you deal with, like, people being like, it wasn't our fault. It's like, legitimately, if cells are human beings, because that's the point of cancer, it's like the cells mutate. It's like what people refer to. I think they call it a copying error, which I don't know if that's a thing. If you're a scientist and you see this video, talk to me what copying error is, because I heard copying error is like, that's something sciencey, or something else. I don't know. But I find it interesting that the whole point is like one person who got a bad hand, and they actually treat it in that way of like sad. But it's also, on one hand, it's sad because like they didn't choose this life, they didn't wanted this, but this is how they turned out because of one reason or another, and it's effed up. But then on the other hand, they're cancer cells, and cancer. Why is this so? Why are you making me emotional to cancer? Also, yes, I'm doing this because I started it. I'm gonna carry on. So it. I don't know. I don't have a button that goes beep, so I just go it. Anyway, I do kind of, but anyway. The other thing which I like is the ending, which is basically I think it's a two-part. But the one more important thing is the whole thing, the whole story, is sort of is when someone's having like blood loss and hemorrhagic shock. I think I pronounced that right, most likely I haven't. But I love the idea that when they're having a transfusion, which I'm pretty sure I said right, the blood cells actually have like a different outfit, and it's really interesting. They get like, the other ones have like these collars, but the collars are more like normal collars. But these have these sort of like winter stuff, whereas like, do you know when you get some winter clothes and you get like the thing around your neck, and it's sort of like, they have it, one's like this and then it's next to each other, like whoosh, 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 around the neck. I like the idea that like, I don't know how accurate it is, if like, because I know it, if your system gets back into gear, probably like through the amount of like how long a cell lasts. Also, I'd love to know technically how long the series realistically happens, because like certain things, like with blood loss, how quickly that happens, the last 2 episodes probably would be in like seconds in realistic time. If you zoomed out to the human and having all of that happen, how quickly those episodes would be a fun idea. Not like I would care, but like something that I would be like, ooh, how quick is it? What is the speed? Because that's fun. And overall, it is a fun series, it is entertaining, and it is absolutely mad. So I 100%, yeah, I'll get to that in a quick second. So yeah, like I said, it's really good, it's really entertaining, and it's really worth watching. And I know someone talks about like how these are just rambles. Fair, valid. I like just talking about stuff, and if I see anything in the comments of my current live stream, I'll bring those up. But I do just like this series. So yeah, I hope you enjoy this video. I hope you like, comment, and what's your opinion on the series? And most importantly, good night. Tomorrow. Actually, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. So you know, after 7 minutes, why not? I haven't done one of these. So I do it after 7 minutes. I just copy after 7 minutes and I'm fine with that. So yeah. This book. It exists. I like it. I actually do like it. Did I talk about something? No, I didn't. I was going to talk about those two things over there, but I forgot because I'm an idiot. But yeah. I got the Book of Bill
which is so cool, and I also love the fact that the book has this like hard leather, and then you have the actual book, which is reflective and cool. Anyway, that's just been coming in because I think I forgot to do the first minute. Besides, wait, hey.
Wait, if.
Joel, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Got the contract. Got the contract. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Smile! No, that's not what I want. I want to test it. X. No. Publisher. Publish Scenario 2 Workshop. Together. It's going! It appears you need to sign up. Okay. Basically, this note automatically in the workshop. Okay, is the workshop open? This text automatically be entered in to change no.
How much money would it take for you to kill someone? $20. You would kill someone for $20? Yeah, I'd kill a guy for that. You got $20 on you? Of course I do. That's perfect. Who am I killing? I'm not giving you $20 to kill someone. Fine, I'll do it for 10. I'll do 2 for 20. It's not about the money. I'm not asking you to kill anyone. How about 5? What's wrong with you? I just want to kill a guy.
So yeah. I love how interesting how I'm doing another shotgun of sort of like, I've been saying this sort of like a shotgun, like a burst of seasons, and this is 4 to 6, and it's good. It's really entertaining. You get some good episodes. Definitely this one was fun, but again, it's not really. You get like a fun storyline, but then it's like, and then besides 1 or 2 mentions, it doesn't exist. It's all wiped away. It's all gone. And then you have the Treehouse Horror episode, which is always good. I don't need to talk about that. They're always good because not always. I know there's supposedly some bad ones, but there is some fun stuff in these sort of shows. Again, also I'm building up to the point where Ned Flanders' wife passes away, which is a part of the sort of like. I don't know what season it is because I'm currently at season 7. She's still alive, which is a good thing. And I haven't got to the scene being like, you're all idiots. And I know she's in that one, where like Ned goes absolutely crazy because his house gets destroyed. I haven't got to that episode. I've seen that clip because that is big. But the one thing which I like is in season 6, where I've just finished because I was doing a bit of downloading because it was like, I was originally watching Fades and I'm like, I feel like I'm missing stuff and it's a bit confusing. So I'm going to stop on that until I realise what order I'm meant to be watching it in. Or if I even can, if there's like some season that's not dubbed, it would be a bit annoying. There's a certain episode that is The Death of Mr. Burns, which I know about, and I knew was, spoiler alert, and the only spoiler alert for this, Maggie. But that episode has been out a long time ago, and if you wanted to watch it, you probably already watched it, or even knew about it. That's the only sort of spoilers, but again, I'm not going to worry too much because the consequences, there are none. Again, the only thing, and I did say spoilers before, just to say, But again, it is not really important in the grand scheme of things. I really love it, and I find the thing really interesting, and like how it sets it up really fun. So again, it's a fun sort of series, fun, interesting, and really great to watch overall. But yeah, I like it. Maybe I'll do more of this, like doing like these bursts. I don't know how this is gonna work. Maybe I'm gonna do 3. Maybe I'm gonna just gonna do 2. But yeah, this is a good series. I don't have much opinions on it. And it's getting more like the animation that is currently out. But it's really interesting to look at these old episodes. So yeah. There's a fun look back. Update, all of that stuff. You'll notice this. One on the stream, definitely on the stream. Because I think it should say day 15. Unless I forgot. I think I forgot. Oh no! Oh no, what a coinky dink. What a coinky dink. It says 15 now, hopefully. Okay, it should say 15. But it's not updating, so. I don't think I can update midway through. Maybe I can. Hope, no. So this is for the 15th. This means when this comes out, you'll sort of like see a bunch of stuff, and that's going to happen for the next couple of days because I'm going to go away for the weekend. That's it. That's all the update it is. So yeah, again, just using this short for 1, updation, notice, and 2, because that's a free thing that I could talk about. I want to get a better weapon, maybe, because I'm struggling. So for now, because I know that I am going to get this a bit. Well, ain't that a pig? Okay. Da, da, da. Okay. Okay. Wait, let's play. I'm just gonna try schedule because I just want to set everything up to make sure this is all good. Spread. Okay, so this is just basically doing yeah, this is going too quickly. Transmission issue. Legitimately, I can just do nothing and be fine. Oh. And it is fine. So yeah. So as you can tell, it's going around way too quickly. So I
here stealing the thunder is Andrew Garfield and Ryan Reynolds. So are you going to do it at the Oscars?
It was a ridiculous thing. It was ridiculous. I said to Ryan Reynolds, if you win, kiss me instead of your wife. And he said, yes, that's great. And, and the plan was that he would kind of move towards his wife and then kind of last minute move towards me. And then he didn't win, much to our disappointment. I said to we can still just do it. and he was game. And I love the fact that it was so deep in the background. So you kind of have to kind of look to see if it was actually.
But Ryan Gosling was saying he was unaware of it.
Let's talk about a show with aliens and ghosts. And somehow the weirdest thing about this is Golden Balls. Yeah, this is a weird series. Completely weird in the best way. Weird in a fun way. Weird in a, I think this is amazing. Because this is the only series, because you get sci-fi series, you get fantasy series. We have like, here's aliens, here's robots. You have the Doctor Who's of the world with all their sci-fis and all this technology and science explains anything. You get aliens, that's horror. Again, sci-fi, you get sci-fi horror, you get science fiction this, you get alien shows, all of which are having, also you got some shows that have things look like magic, but are just really futuristic technology. But this is, and then you also, on the other side, because I want to do this as well, have magic shows, you have fantasy shows, you have shows where technology doesn't exist and people basically teleport around the world and have amazing this and amazing that. And all of that exists in one space. And I also love that as well. Overall, I think all of it is amazing. But the one thing that I think that I like about it is simple. Is overall, one thing that I think I really like is that you have it together. And you're getting a bit of that with the new Doctor Who, but besides that, you don't have a lot of series that has, you have like yokai spirits, because you don't have like basic fantasy, whereas like somewhat fantasy, where you have like somewhat ghost, or like the occasional spell exists, or you have this one thing. And you don't have aliens as in, by the way, aliens might exist, or you have alien technology, or it's like it's humans, but basically we're on a different planet, and we're doing that. We don't have alien adjacent. We have yokai, which I don't know much about, actually. I know yokai supposedly is an actual thing, but not actual like, oh, I don't believe yokai exist, but there are like stories about actual yokais in our world that supposedly exist. I don't know too much about yokai, or if I'm mispronouncing it, sorry if I am. But they are sort of like sort of a thing that sort of like yokai have this sort of like have spirits. They're like big news, and like fully, I think a lot of shows have talked about it. So they're like really big and really a lot is in there, and that has a lot. Like yokai have this sort of like, they are spiritual, they are supernatural, they are like that sort of thing. They have that sort of presence to them. And with aliens, you straight up have beings being like, yep, I'm aliens. And they also have a thing where we talk about like, oh yeah, the reason why we have cows so much, because cow's blood and cow's milk is the same thing as their blood, which is hilarious. Also, if that actually happens, if aliens exist, I would fully be like, if I know aliens exist and cow's milk is their blood, I'd be like, well, why don't I? And then it's like, here's all the milk I can get. It's like, breaking news, a bunch of pharmacists, a bunch of like legitimately, if I have aliens being like, I wouldn't steal them, but I'd be like, yeah, this is all the milk I can get. I want 10 times, I want the rarest thing you have, and then I'd be like, sell that to the government. Again, it'll be weird, but again, that's a lot of things in the show are really fun and really interesting, and I love it. It sometimes gets a bit weird. Like I said, the weirdest thing in this show is golden balls, which out of context doesn't mean anything. But when you put it in context, it's confusing and like what? So yeah. Okay. So usually I would sometimes go, okay, this is how I hear about the series. Here's what I did. And the reason why I didn't on this one is because there's a slight spoiler near the beginning. I don't know if it's in the description, but because I'm like, I want to play it safe and I don't know if it's in counts as spoilers. The whole thing was like, okay, I feel a bit stunted because if I'm correct, the same guy that does this also does Muscle Magic, which is another series. He, I think, writes for both, I think. I'm not 100% sure. I've heard something like that. But the writer was getting a bit of a writer block, the person who wrote this. I was like, okay, why don't we just beep it? Who cares? Just write stuff down and see what we can make out of it. And then, like, the whole story revolves around this guy losing his balls. Again, if you look at me like I'm crazy, I wouldn't say that you are wrong. This is a weird show where that is a main focus. You're also getting like these like beings like because that are getting superpowered off this. Like he has powers because of like from another person, and so does she, and it's really interesting because of that. I love it. It's so weird. It's so interesting. I don't know if there's more episodes. It feels like there's more episodes. And sometimes I've done this where it's like, oh yeah, there's more episodes. I'm an idiot. I've checked. It seems like only 12 for season 1. I don't know. Maybe I am an idiot. Anyway, if that's the case, I might like catch up being like season 1, but these 2 episodes and what I thought about those. And do a shorter one. I don't know. I'm still going to do this anyway because I love this. If I have an excuse to talk more about it, yeah, I will use it. I like it. It's amazing. It's awesome. It's weird in that way. But the one thing I have to point out, if you look here, boom, boom, the designs are amazing and so cool. And that's good about it. The designs are amazing. Yeah. Someone's pointing out that I sometimes ramble and sometimes sound like, yeah. Because I'm like, this is... I like talking about shows, but I also don't write a script. Wow, can you tell that I don't write a script of these things? But yeah, it's one of the things that I like to do, because sometimes if someone comes in to comment when I'm doing it live, I can bring it up. And yes, I brought this live thing twice, because I feel like it's interesting to point out that if you want to come and talk to me live, I'll carry on talking about it after the review's over. But again, moving on to this series, I just think it's really good. I like it, I find it entertaining, and I find it enjoyable. So yeah, I would find it interesting. And I am excited for another season. There's a whole thing about it. There's so many I'm not going to put another timestamp. I got cut off because the thing says 10% left because I'm running out of battery of both devices. So I'm going to upload this and then get my charges in between the 2 streams, because I'm doing another stream, which if you want to know what I'm reviewing for that one, come to my stream if you want to. I'll be doing a couple of TikToks. You can talk if you want to, and I'll be reviewing Spider-Man Marvels. Anyway, that's one point for this. But yeah, I think this is really enjoyable, really entertaining, and I love this. This series is just one of the things that I think is really unique. Definitely with the writing. Definitely. There's some things that I'm like, what the f is this? Like a mannequin that comes to life. Like, do you know one of the medical mannequins? Like half and half mannequins? Like flesh on one side, skin on the other? That comes to life. That's hilarious. I think it's really fun and really interesting. And it's one of the shows that I'm like, yes, I want more. Give me more. Please, can I have more? Thank you. So yeah, I 100% recommend for you to watch. It's really enjoyable and really good. So yeah, I hope you enjoy and I hope you watch. It's really fun. So yeah, like I said, this is a weird show. And I recommend. It is a bit weird. So if you aren't about it, it's the other thing about it, will be honest. It is a bit weird and a bit kind of confusing. Not in a story-wise, it is always focused into what it wants. But it is kind of a show that's a bit weird in that sort of way. So if you want a more down to earth, grounded show, fair. But if you're fine with a bit of weirdness, watch it. It is absolutely 100% worth to watch. So yeah. So I hope you enjoy. I hope you like the video. I hope you comment. Maybe you can come back and see my live and watch, because it's going to be another review. But I hope you enjoy, and good night.
So, we meet again, fake Odin. Valhalla burns around you. Your army is destroyed. And now it is time for you to die. How long have you been there?
What's that? Is that a puppet? Oh, I love puppets.
I make puppets sometimes when I'm
Frightened.
when the raiding parties go out. I make up stories about their battles.
Because if you make up the right story, then you think it'll keep them safe, and they'll all come home. That's okay. You're not the first person to ever have done that.
Why are you here?
I'm looking for something I'm missing.
Mom and Dad are asleep now. I can get you back on the roof. I know the way. Shh. What are you doing?
Take a look at that picture.
Okay.
Now this one. Take a good, long look. Takes a moment to see it.
See what?
Superman and Clark Kent are one and the same person.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Look, I do specs on Superman.
Everyone knows they're the same person.
Well, Lois Lane doesn't. And she's a reporter.
I thought you were the great expert, Doctor. If you're so impressive, then why not just reason with this Dalek? It must be willing to negotiate. There must be something it needs. Everything needs something.
What's the nearest town?
Salt Lake City.
Population?
1 million.
All dead. If the Dalek gets out, it'll murder every living creature. That's all it needs.
But why would it do that?
Because it honestly believes they should die. Human beings are different, and anything different is wrong. It's the ultimate in racial cleansing. And you, Van Statten, you've let it loose.
Now, oh, I see this is one of your business cards. It says so on the front.
Who are you? And what are you doing here?
This. Wakey, wakey!
That is highly valuable equipment. You must have a way now.
We are the intelligence.
Talking snow. I love new things.
You are not of this world.
Takes one to snow one.
Right, let's see.
Multi-nuclear crystalline organism with the ability to mimic and mirror what it finds. Looks like snow, isn't snow.
You must leave here now.
Shut up, I'm making deductions. It's very exciting.
How much money would it take for you to kill someone? $20. You would kill someone for $20? Yeah, I'd kill a guy for that. You got $20 on you? Of course I do. That's perfect. Who am I killing? I'm not giving you $20 to kill someone. Fine, I'll do it for 10. I'll do 2 for 20. It's not about the money. I'm not asking you to kill anyone. How about 5? What's wrong with you? I just want to kill a guy.
See ya. Don't rob any banks.
Don't rob any banks, what?
Without me.
Unlikely things to say when running for president.
Silence, worms!
How we doing?
Things couldn't get much worse.
The universe just loves proving me wrong, doesn't it?
You make it too easy.
Unlikely things to say when running for president.
I know the value of family because I sold one of my children to pay for this campaign.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man does whatever a spider can. Yeah, I'm gonna do this, so let's talk about this. So, yes, I'm gonna put my phone up because, one, I need to look at which season and like certain things. But this is really fun. I like the animation. I heard it was cut short. I don't know why, but I did hear that. I was like, also, I'm not going to switch from this picture. Yes, I know I am talking about season 1, 2, and 3, like The Simpsons, which is another burst of 3 seasons. But I am not going to change it because I'm not really worried about like, oh yeah, here's a different image of it, which shows the other thing, which in my opinion I don't think is great. So I'm not really that worried over it. But overall, it is really good, it is fun, and I do like it. Definitely a lot of things with the seasons, but because it's mostly season, let's get into that. So yeah, I like this because that it brings people with powers. It's really fun in that way. It like develops the powers that they have. I did record this, but the thing was like, by the way, you have 10% left. I'm recording. That is really helpful. But I like it because of that. I do find it entertaining. I do find it really interesting because it has that sort of like, and here are the powers. Here's where we are with the powers. Because like the villains get the power. You get a couple episodes with some of like the like villains and their sort of starting off point throughout, and they might come back through a couple of the other episodes. Alongside a couple other, I love this bit because there's a lot of it being experiment this, experiment that. There's a lot of like, definitely with like stuff like there's some experiments with this, which I love. For a person with science, this show really looks into science and going wrong. And I mentioned this in the other one, but I haven't mentioned it yet. You have the Norman school, and then you have sort of like the regular school, which is really fun in that sort of regard, because you have the two schools against each other. And I like throughout the whole thing, it's like Norman's being like, okay, Spider-Man's a menace. You shouldn't be around Spider-Man because Spider-Man is this and that. And slowly but surely, you first find it because you get the Jackal, and the Jackal's being like creating this spider army, and he's doing this whole thing. And it's like, oh, Spider-Man's part of the Jackal's army. And then you get Harry, who's also with Norman, against him, and creates the Goblin suit. And his Goblin suit I really love. And you get all of that being like, oh, you should have been better. You should have been this. And it like builds and builds and builds. And I really like that. It's really fun. You also get the Sinister Six. And a lot of like Doc Ock stuff, because Doc Ock is in Peter's school a sort of like teacher and professor, and then slowly but surely he moves to the other school, and I like it. It builds this dynamic of characters and this. I also love that early on you get Miles, which Miles, I'm also going to say, isn't my favorite. Actually, no, Miles is actually, I don't know who's more better, Miles or Gwen. So I don't know. Both of them, so I also like the idea that the Sandman isn't the Sandman. It's like the Sandman does exist, but you then have his daughter take over the position. But yeah, it's just really fun of an idea. So let's go into the next season. So yeah, season 2. I want to make sure that, the reason why I'm doing this is because I want to make sure, like, oh, I've got this in the right season, I've got that in the right season. This deals with a really fun idea, one that I've dealt with before, which is basically Spider-Man has his body swapped with Doc Ock, which makes the Supreme Spider. And it's one of the most interesting things I've ever heard before, because I've heard the Joker being like, he like takes over the body and then punches. They didn't do a thing because like in the comic, and I don't know too much about the comic, but in the comic supposedly you still have Peter's voice, like a copy of his soul in his head, and I would love that in the actual thing. I know they did it a bit differently. I don't know how they did it in the original, but this is like some techno stuff. I don't know how they did it in the original, but I know Spider-Man technically dies. I also love there's someone being like, oh, Doc Ock is amazing, so I'm gonna like do what he did and like do that. And I love that they're building up these, like, they have these one-off villains sort of come in, and you have also like, because the first one had Spider-Gwen and Miles both being like spider people, and then you have one other character have spider powers. It's like, oh, how do I use it? And she still keeps her powers because that season 1 had this whole thing of like everyone turning into spiders, but she was kept through it because she wore a suit and like protection things. So she still has the spider powers. Also, I think this season, they bring back, because Gwen loses her powers in the first season and then gains them back in the second season. You also deal with more of Marvel. I think is it in season 1 where we have it? Where we have I think it's season 1 that has it. They have Miss Marvel, who is my favorite character. It's either season 1 or season 2. But I love how like it's like at some point it's like Peter gets swapped and then swaps back, and then it's like, oh yeah, by the way, someone just swapped my mind, and Miss Marvel's just like, I knew it wasn't you. Wait, you believe me? Yeah, I'm a Avenger. I deal with this stuff all the time. Yeah, this makes sense. I also love that you get some of a Doc Ock redemption where like he comes back, he gives Peter his body, he does all this helping stuff, and then he sacrifices himself at the end. Because you have this whole thing about him becoming better and him learning about this, and it's really emotional, and I really love it. I also like the idea where like Doc Ock in the Spider-Man thing is like, oh yeah, can you please help me? And then like, oh, of course my daughter. Because it's one time where she's like, yeah, that kind of make sense because you were kind of not a good person. It's just really fun to think about, like, yeah, I'm here to help, I'm here to help. Oh, yeah. Oh, that is really fun. Next season. Okay. So the next one felt a bit less, but that was mostly because it's kind of on one sort of story, which is basically the Venom. Which basically means the Venom, you have the original Venom come back and do this big thing, and the original head teacher leaves. You get a Venom army come in and sort of like do that. You also have the Venom army take over and have all of that stuff. I also like the idea that because the last one is sort of like Norman's father comes back. I was like, oh, that's why we're making this stuff. And then so you have the first bit where you have the original Venom. He somewhat dies. You have a Venom army powered by most of the Avengers that has an amazing story on that. You have then the story about him leaving the school, his identity revealed, and then Gwen, the two other spiders are Gwen and the other spider. Yes, I forgot the name. I'm bad. I'm sorry. It's like, why didn't you tell me? And then Peter's like, oh, I should have told you. And then you have, I know I'm going through my point, but this is just fun because all of these ideas are really interesting. It's like they're wrapping it up. I don't know if this came later on. I also like the idea that Harry's dad survives and they do this one big final thing of like, yeah. It's really fun because I think season 2 had at the end it had the Goblin army, which they thought was his dad, but it wasn't his dad. And I also like the idea that sort of one of the things that they talk about in this near the beginning or season 1 is like there's like this Avengers thing to build people up to be an Avenger, and there's like, yeah, to be in the thing, you need to, like, it trains you up to be a hero. It's like, yeah, so why am I one? It's like, kid, you're already a hero. You don't. It's like, this course trains me to be a hero. You've got that. You've been the hero, so you don't need the course. But I love it. It is a fun show, and yeah. So yeah, this is a bit long because I'm talking about multiple seasons, and I love all of them. It's really fun. It's really awesome, and it's 100%. I would recommend. This is so fun to watch. It's on, I don't know where, it's on, besides Disney Plus, I don't know where else, but yeah. Yeah, watch it. I think it's on Disney Plus, but besides the point, I hope you enjoy, like, and comment. See, what do you think about this? Good night, though. I want to confirm with this. When you mean don't use the super and use the Hadouken, you mean with smaller attacks. Which I think, if you use the Pikachu, it looks like a Hadouken. Is that what you mean? Just to confirm? Because I don't think I've got that set up there. I think I've got the aiming one, which gives me a barrier around myself, and the roundabout, which gives a thing that sort of goes around me. Just to confirm. Just want to confirm that before I think about it. To confirm. Oh, I love that this. I don't know if I can use this remote code. I might need to get like a better weapon.
scenarios, local file. Test 2. Right. Okay, so we're just going to try. Okay, this is good. I was like, okay, I'm getting too many points. These are a problem because I shouldn't be able to get number 3.
Dad catches you with your boyfriend or girlfriend and you're not allowed to date. Your 5th emoji is your reaction. Comment that. This is mine.
And yeah, I got 2 from the same sort of series. Look at this. A Jinx one. Okay, I'm actually in the middle of this. I don't know why. This is so cool. I love this because you can, one, it's textured. So it's really cool and really amazing. You also get this. I love this, but again, magnetic, so much fun, so interesting. Is what you also have some wipes, which I'll just keep them there. But again, it looks cool. You also can put it on safely. It's so big, but then again, it's a poster. It makes sense for it being big. So yeah, this is really cool, and I really like this. And overall, I just really enjoy it.
Obviously, this won't be able to get the perfectness that I would prefer to get. Luckily, I can like do 3 parries of this, and I can get the parries done. That's the one good thing. I don't need to worry about parriness. Oh, this is good. Oh, this weapon I really love. It's like, I think one of the best weapons. It's like a completely spammable. Oh, that's... Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get into this one because I think I might use candy corn. Yeah, still same problem. This is getting too much higher and I have a problem. Okay, so with that being said, why am I doing that? Click the main menu, go there, back, exit the game. Okay, load scenario, test 1. Fail.
Here's a little detail in Encanto that I just realized, so spoilers if you haven't seen it. So we all
I
know
will
that
see it.
Mirabel is like
It's a
the
great film.
outcast of her extraordinary family, right?
Yep.
Well, the movie emphasizes this during the song The Family Madrigal, where most of the characters are doing a dance in unison, but Mirabel is doing something completely different. If you look at her sisters and cousins, you'll notice that they all do a spin followed by a sort of cha-cha. Mirabel, however, is the only one out of step. In fact, I think she actually does it backward. Look at Isabel. She does the spin, goes into the cha-cha real smooth. While Mirabel next to her goes into the cha-cha real smooth, and then hits the spin. It's a small and subtle way to show that Mirabel is different from her family and more than just the power
I didn't see
department.
this.
I said I was going to be back, and I'm back. I love that you don't really see much of this anymore. I'm just switching straight into here. And I love it. Also, for the one other thing, I think I might be out of these, but I wanted to do thoughts and announcements, but I didn't want to actually make thoughts and announcements. So I've been using the making which might have 2 more things also for tomorrow. It means I get like some things I could talk about, make announcements for. Then I created videos, but I still had more to talk about, but I wanted to make some sounds because I wanted to not have that stuff. So I'm still using these. Yay! Priorities. Also, I've got these 2. My Secret Santa. I don't know if anyone else does Secret Santa. These are cool. Again, plus 1 hat that I got on holiday and 1 sort of like setup. I don't have much else, but these are so cool. They're so nice and so awesome, and I like them. That's it. All my rhymes, and we're back here. You have failed to perish 110 times, which is a lot less throughout the series, but I don't think got rebooted. So we're going to go back to this. Yay.
Okay. Chord position doesn't matter. And then
Take this, take this, take this, take this.
All right, that's good enough for today, Ted. We've got everything we need.
Take this, take this, take this.
Hello. Ooh, I was about to be like, ooh, ooh. Also, I just realized I clicked start, then I was like, hello, and then I was like, oh no, the mic's not on, and then it is. So yeah, here's the first thing. Also, it says, why are you serious? Because I think it'll be backwards. Because I have this deliberately flipped. So if because I have the camera, where's the camera? Where's the camera? I have it deliberately flipped, but I'm not going to flip it back the other way around. Why so serious is one of these hats I like really cool. Also, it's like fully metal. It's one of the coolest things. I don't know why. It's just for like having something cool and having like this cap, this metal, and I like why so serious as a metal thing. Yeah, it's really cool. That's really I just like this hat. Again, I'm just making these because I've got a couple of things that I wanted to introduce. And yeah, when I come back, I'll bring it up later. But yeah, this is cool. Yeah, I get it. Some people deserve prison. It's not, aren't anyone voted down? It's like, aren't some people, like, sometimes worth having a second chance? Did you not say that? Very brutal.
This is gonna be like a whole section of like me being like, the numbers change, the numbers change, number change.
I like you. Have a cupcake.
Good
I
character.
like you. Have a cupcake.
Ooh. Yep. Nope. A big
I
nope.
like you. Have a cupcake.
Yep.
So I'll be back here real quick. So I'm just gonna wait. Actually, no, look, I got like so because I'm maybe moving in a bit. Yes, I am still wearing pajamas. Sue me. getting some like stuff. So I've got like some nice napkins. Ooh, a nice bowl. It looks really nice if you look. Some plates. Some more plates. So I'm about to have people saying, oh, come on in, come on in. I also have 2 of these, which are like placemats. But yeah, it's like really fun. Because they're really cool and really interesting. Again, these are just for fun because, well, not for fun. These videos are. Oh, I love this. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I love this. Because he is right, because he was trapped in a coin. That's absolutely messed up. It's like, oh, how long until you shipped into the Oath People's Home? It's like,
Bet you $1 I can win this game before you can like, comment, and share. Ready? Go. Did I win?
And now I go. I vanished! Or have I? Yeah, I know that was a bit of a weird one. I fully admit that. But this, I don't know canonically if it's connected, because there is another Disney sort of like Gooseworks sort of like series that does this sort of like more having a sort of like slight not adult, but like slight creepy. That was another one that was just called Goosebumps. I don't know what it was called. I'll go and check it. But it was with sort of like more countryside. I feel like there's one character that might be in it, but it might be one of those things where it's just an actor. Or am I just mistaken and they're different actors? I wouldn't be surprised. I sometimes forget. I sometimes think, oh, you do the same. Which is the householder, which is basically the plant guy in this one, and the writer of that one. That's probably a huge clue that they're different people. It probably is, in my opinion, that they're different. But I'm just going to say that I watched it and I liked it. Hence why I wanted to watch this. I saw this and I'm like, yes. It was on they're doing that thing where it's like, oh, coming soon. And it's like, Valorant, I'm like, I want to watch this. This is awesome. It's just one of those things that, like, this is something really creepy. Like, stories. Yeah, it's just called Goosebumps. I don't think... Oh, no, it is a different actor. Yeah, it definitely isn't the same person. But yeah, Goosebumps, and then this exists. Also, the one thing I found hilarious is there's been an advert series with Uber where they've been like, oh, you have to remember one thing to forget another. And the reason why I came across it is Keith from Smosh is in it. And it's a whole ad of, like, herald ads that Smosh cast were in. And it's really fun to look. But yeah, that exists. That video exists of, like, him forgetting how to sit down. But he's in it. And there's a whole scene of, like, him with Jennifer. And it's like, oh yeah, you know me, right? It's like, oh, I haven't forgotten 10 years of my life. It's like, yeah, what series have I been into? And then I was like, oh yeah, Friends. He was Ross. I'm like, what? How did I forget? Probably because I did not watch the show. But all I know is, so no one told you life was gonna be this way. Even that was offbeat. I know that because everyone knows that. That's sort of like a thing that like people will know of sorts. And it is out there. And it exists. So yeah, that I do know is a thing. I do get that's a thing. And it is a pretty big thing. But it is just a thing that exists in the world. And besides now thinking of this actor more with Goosebumps with this, because I was an idiot and thought two actors were the same, but that's besides the point. He's really good at this. And definitely you have these sort of like moments. And this is a not spoiler thing, but one of the major things that this has is communication problems. Not the series. The series communicates more than once, but they don't talk to each other at all, which gets very confusing very quickly. Like, who knows what? Not for you, but for the characters. You get, because you kind of like, oh, I haven't told this to this. But it gets like very like, oh, what do I do because this is happening, but I don't know if this is happening. So it's like, a lot happens, and you're trying to figure out what is going on. And obviously, one of the more important things is this has a lot of like moments where I'm like, wait a second, what the f is going on? And some of them were to do with the plants. And I've mentioned this in a couple of streams while I was watching this, while the streams are happening. There was one moment where the plant was in his arm. I'm like, no. It's like, no, that is just terrifying, of like something growing in your arm. Like, someone told me of like, there's another series that has it where like someone's face got stung and like bees crawled out of them. Like, oh, that's horrifying. Some of these things that they have are horrifying. Also, I love the idea because it wasn't in, I don't think, the first Goosebumps. I don't think. The first Goosebumps series. But this does the sort of like, because I didn't know how it, because I know of some Goosebumps. I know Slappy, I know this, I know that. Because I've heard the stories, plus there was the whole movie with Jack Black that existed, which I do like. And I watched that, and you see a couple of the different characters. I'm like, are they going to include the car? Because that's the thing, the haunted car that like is in a Goosebumps book. I don't know which one exactly. Again, I know it exists, but I don't know what book it's in. But I was like, how they did it in this, I like. Because it has this sort of like one person, really long spoiler, one person dies, gets replaced, and then takes one person away to like this car mechanic place, where he gets smashed in. So like the car is on. It's because if you know a car repair place, the car gets holded up, the things go down, and he gets smashed right here. But you realize he gets absorbed into the car. Trust me, there are more way of things, and he becomes part of the car, which is terrifying. Those sort of things, alongside, what was the other one? People got taken years ago, they found them, brought them back, and sort of healed them. And again, sort of spoilers, all of this is spoilers, but they turn into bug people. I don't know how you describe it. A lot of the imagery is very creepy and weird. Especially like, because at the end of this, you realize this is going to happen to all of them. And you realize 2 other people were turned into these sort of things. You had sort of the Ross actor. Yes, I remembered his name. Also, what is his actual name? Let me just... Friends Ross actor. David's character. turns into that as well. And has a really creepy scene where his head melts. Terrifying. And you also have the neighbor character who, let me just see, do a bit of going around. Yeah, that's Jason Long. David was in it as Anthony, but I don't know who Anthony was in the original Goosebumps of 2023. Anyway. Shoot, I don't know his name, I just know him as... he sort of, is it? I think it's, I'm not going to try and pronounce it because I'm definitely going to mispronounce it. He had the thing, like I said, he was taken over, duplicated, etc., etc., etc. And they said what happened to them was because they got in the cocoon. And it's like, will it happen to them? Will they be dead? Will they might die? I don't know. You also have another scene, again, which isn't for the next season, because I am excited for next season, because what's going to happen? What's going on? Yeah. It's just one of those things where it's like, I don't know. Oh yeah, CJ. I don't know what's going on. And definitely during one of the scenes where it's like, it's fake. And like, it's like, she's not real. And learning that like, she might not be real. What's going on with her. This mysterious person. Is so terrifying. So fun, but so terrifying at the same time. It's like, what's going on? What is this? But it's fun. Yeah, it's very a weird show, but yeah. I think this is really interesting. And where this is going could go anywhere in a fun way. But I would want to know where. It's fun, it's exciting. I definitely 100% recommend for you to watch this show. So yeah. And yes, I am going to do 950 because that means I don't need to change the thing. Yay! For laziness. But yeah, hope you liked, joining, and subscribed. Actually, yeah, I'm going to do it after 1 minute. 1 minute. I've had an experience. I've talked before, but I've actually rambled a bit and I got a bit weird. But TikTok, I knew TikTok was going to be banned on the 19th, like I said, but I'm just saying it. Don't worry about it for the clip. Anyway. But I heard literally a couple hours later, it got unbanned. And it's been the weirdest thing. Like, what's going on? What are you in America doing? Why? This is stupid. Why does this make any sense to you? I know it's like rumors that like TikTok was originally attempted to be banned because of X, Y, and Z. There was like political reasons. I don't know. I don't really get it. It sounds stupid. Fully. But if you want to, but it's back, which is stupid. I don't know. Oh, it's so close. Was I so close? Actually, it was nowhere close. Yeah, I love this. Yeah. 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 Because they don't... This person suffered enough. They were trapped in a coin. Yeah, I love this. I love it in this old episode, because this happens before, like, season 1. There's, you can see, slight Sideshow Bob working for Krusty, because like canonically he should be working for Krusty at first. Okay. Okay, so no Z's. Mind.
John! Oh, teaching me a magic trick. I got you. I'm about to teach you you can take 2 straws and magically make it go right through each other. What? To do this is actually really easy. All you need is a piece of double stick tape, put it on your thumb, and you literally just stick the straw onto your thumb like so. And literally all you're gonna do is as you move it through, you're just gonna open your hand a little bit and let it through like so. Sean, teach me a magic trick. I got you. I'm about to teach you you can take a jar and a coin and magically put it right through, just like that. What? To do this is actually really easy. All you need to do is put some double stick tape on the cap, take a second penny, put it in, and what you're gonna do is you're gonna pretend to put it through, but you're just gonna tap the coin to come down. Sean, teach me a magic trick. I got you. I'm about to teach you you can take a picture of a water bottle and literally pour water. What? To do this, it's actually really easy. All you want to do is hide a full glass of water behind the phone, and then you simply just pour it.
So, if you look to the left here, you will see a nice house. Sadly, the house is being destroyed. So yeah, that's a weird introduction, but I'm gonna roll with it. Let's go! Why is it not moving? Oh, it is moving. Yeah, it is moving. Never mind. This is good. It's really funny and really entertaining. The animation looks good, the voice acting is good, but this is just fun. It's entertaining. I like it. There's not much to it, which I like. I like the idea that it's just basically you're looking for like different scenarios. Do I build a house? Do I create a house? Also, this might be a bit longer. Not longer than 10 minutes, but a bit longer than like 3 minutes. Should I build a house? Should I do this? Should I do that? What should I do? What should how should I get started? How should I build this? How should I get a house? Should I buy one, build one with a child? What's going to be fun? Should I be part of this land, which I'm guessing is similar things like flats, which is really funny. I like all the different ideas. And overall, it's just really a fun idea overall. So yeah. The one thing which I like is because with this image, it looks like there's going to be oh, here's the dragon, here's the little bird, and then you get this person here. But she's in it for two episodes, 10, 11, 12, the 3 episodes near the end, which is not a lot. I thought she would be in it for more because she's in the intro, and she's not. I don't know why that is. But the one other thing which I like is the constant changing of this big ferocious dragon, and then you just get this dragon, which is really funny and really hilarious. Whereas in reality, he's not harmless, he's not dangerous, but everyone's this big deadly dragon, and it's it's fun. I think that's a fun idea. I also like the idea that at the end it's and then this happens. You rewrote what's going on? It's that's what how it actually happened. It's creative. It's just funny. If you know episode 12, in the end, it's really funny that was in the ending they wrote a different one, which is funny. But yeah. Also, there's the whole conversation about selling and buying a house, and as a person going through that, not me myself, my mum. Every time she talks about it, it's well. But yeah, I like this, I enjoy this, I find this really hilarious, and I recommend for you to watch this. It's just a really fun sort of comedy show. But yeah, this is a shorter one, this will be a short, but because there's not much to talk about, and sometimes I like doing a shorter one. So yeah, I hope you enjoy, and good night. I love this. I think I might need a different weapon, but I can't get any more coins currently, so the only method would be to improve this. And that's that I can actually do something with it. Okay. Luckily, I like this one at stage 2, because stage 2 doesn't end too long with you.
guess I'm gonna come out of it with Reline. Oh. Okay, so yeah. That's what happened, that's sort of the story there. That will be what sort of happened. It's really fun. It's really exciting, that's sort of like what I did. So yeah. And then, good night. Okay, so... So, I've got a couple of things I'm making clips out of, like making this and making that and making the other, etc., etc. Again, the next week, for the next like 5 days, is going to be clip for 5 days because Friday's going back to 5, and Sundays will be 10. So Sunday will be the first one. I'm still going to do it because I've got a couple of things I want to talk about, but the one thing I've just had, we've got this thing where you get like your fishes, where you get like some stuff in your teeth. It makes it safer. And it feels really weird to bite. Really grainy. I don't know why. It just feels weird here. And it was the most weird experience because it's like the first time I've ever had like the full dentist, like cotton wool in your mouth, putting it all in, doing all of that stuff. It's the first time I've ever had that. It's weird. It's not really that major, but it's just the weirdest thing I've ever had. That's really it. Wait. What's that sound over there? Oh no. I'm in trouble. So yeah. I'm reviewing Aliens, and for the next couple of reviews, it's gonna be a mix between Alien anime. There's a little bit of a difference. But obviously if you don't know, but like Skeleton Crew, Link Click Season 1, Aliens, Link Click Season 2, Predator, Wicked, Yakuza, Dawn Season 2, because one of the series end, and Predator 2. And then I'm going to review, I think, Missing, because I don't think I reviewed that. I'm going to say, because I'm going to watch it anyway. If I don't, I would just go to a season, because it's a season, and then I'll go back to Predator. I think the next one would be, because I'm going by release order, which is Alien 3, so that I can do Alien vs Predator and still understand where the story's been for the first two Aliens and Predators. But that's not important, that's future stuff that I'm doing. And yeah, I've got the whole spreadsheet of like Aliens 1992, 1997, and put them all in chronological order. So yeah, I've also put it after Aliens vs Predators because I don't think they come back, because you have Predators, Prometheus, which is an Aliens film, Alien Covenant, which is an Aliens, and then you have The Predator, and then you have Prey. But those two films I don't think are connected to any of the others. And Prey is absolutely not connected, because that's besides the point. I am talking about a different series. Anyway, so what did I know about Alien? Because if I look at it correctly, just give me a sec. Alien came out in 1979, which you can probably tell I wasn't alive back then. So I haven't watched the film until like a couple of weeks ago. What do I know? One, that Alien 1 and Alien 2 are a bit different films. I knew one was more suspenseful and one was more action, but I didn't know by how much. And I'll talk about that more in number 2, because jeez,
they're both good for different reasons, but wow, I was surprised how different. And number two, I know what the Alien is. I'm not going to mention it here, because again, I haven't seen the trailer, so I don't know if the Alien is mentioned. So I'm actually, no, you see it here, so that's kind of a spoiler, but I'm fine with that, but I'm not going to talk about it too much. You kind of see it, I kind of realize, oh shoot, this trailer and these trailers all have it. It kind of doesn't look like they promote it. So I'm not going to talk about it. I'm still going to have this here. I might cover it up. I don't. I doubt it. But that's what I knew. And when I watched it, it was so weird. Because this is not bad. This is not bad. But it's a 1 hour 30 movie, which is a lot slower compared to like nowadays, where you're getting like movies are like 3-5 hours long, and are like, oh, there's this and there's that and then there's the other. You're having different, like, I think there's 2-hour films, and like definitely with YouTube nowadays, these videos are like way over. I watch Lore Dump, which is like way over 2 hours. So like having like a 1 hour film is nice. I don't know why. Just weird. Having like a small 1 hour experience, I think, is an odd. It's not bad. It's not bad. Let me emphasize, it's not bad. But it feels weird. But that's more, films have become more, having an hour film is a bit of a, it's like, that's a short film. But like nowadays, it's like you expect like the film to be like 2.5 hours to 3 hours. I mean, you're even like on the short end 2 hours. Again, not bad, but it feels slow. Again, not bad for what is going for it. If it was either longer or quicker, I would say that's bad. But the way it does it, it draws it out. It turns fully into this, like, what's going on? Because the first couple of minutes is like, by the way, we're looking at his fingers, like, you see like something's off, but you don't know what. But yeah, I'm going to leave that. I'm not going to re-record because, one, I don't feel like it. But I'm going to talk about it. And you can kind of tell spaceships are going to be somewhat evolved. Yeah, I know I'm somewhat spoiling myself, but I'm just going to leave it there. So yeah, like I said, you get the sort of thing with the ship. You see it, you have it, and then when you slowly go in, and I think it's 30 minutes, and it feels long. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it feels long. Like I said, it's slow, but it's slow but meaningful. It's like, what it feels like, definitely nearer, like, the 30 minutes when you're getting into, like, when you're getting the, like, the actual main stuff. It feels like walking on ice. Do you have that feeling? That you don't want to walk too quickly, but every single step that you take feels like, I'm going to step forward, and all of a sudden, boom, I'm going to get jump scared, and that's sort of like falling through the ice sort of way. Is that sort of intensity, and like for 1 hour and 30 minutes, this was really good. I loved this. The idea of the suspense, the idea, and when you're slowly building up to like the actual, like, it's going down, it's like, you still are like, what the sort of energy? Because like when you have a suspenseful thing and then theorize, oh, what is it doing, what is this, what is that, it has this sort of like creepy nature to it. And I feel like with this you still get that, you still figure out, like, even after like, oh, we know what it's doing, you still have that moment of like, well, do we? Do we? It's like, yeah, we kind of, but I still don't trust it. It's still like, it's still like, we know what it's doing, yet it still feels like it can be anything. It still feels that eeriness. We still know, like, oh, the alien's doing this, or the alien's going through the air ducts, the alien's doing this. It still feels that intense of, like, it can do anything. Dun, dun, dun. But again, it is really, I just really love it because of that. And I definitely like the cast. I also, which is weird enough, the other spoiler is one of the castmates is sort of like this symbiote, which is like a robot in the universe. And I knew that symbiotes existed, but when it's like, oh yeah, there's one person who's a symbiote, and there's one person like, is he? He looks a bit human, and like I was like going back and forth, like, is he? Is he not? I don't know. And then you see his head come off. I'm like, what the fuck? And then you see a moment earlier where you activate it, and it's just him. Like, okay, then I can theorize for days for how that is done. No clue actually how it's done. That is terrifying. That's like, what is going on? What is happening? What is this? But yeah, I do think it's really good. I do think it's really fun. And I do think it's really enjoyable. And that's why I think I absolutely like this. So yeah. I do think this is something worth watching. And yeah, I am going to be honest. I watched this because I heard so much about it and I wanted to do it. Also, there's a new Alien movie coming out, which is Alien Romulus, which I'm like, oh, okay, that looks really interesting, but I feel like I want to learn about the alien history and the alien history, and we all know and love the real history. But I just wanted to know about the other movies. That's really it. But yeah. I hope you like this video. There's going to be more, like I said. But yeah, I hope you like and I hope you enjoy. And good night. I'm supposed to do this, but I'm not because I said yesterday. Oh, my lights went out, but I'll just fix that later. Is that in the sort of like teeth? I put like some like sealant fillant, but it fell out, so I'm getting it redone on Thursday. That's annoying. I don't know why it fell out. I'm getting anxious because like they're like, don't worry, it'll be fine. Most likely it's fine. I don't know what went wrong. Like, I'm not blaming them because it's definitely not them. I probably did something. I don't know what I did, but I don't know what I did, but I did. I don't know. But yeah, that is one of the things that I feel like is interesting. But that's one thing that happened, and I don't know why. I don't know. It happened, and I'm going to move the thing that I was planning to do today tomorrow. I don't know. That's the plan. And yes. Are you kidding me? I think I need to change tactics. Exit to map. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And now let's go. We're opening.
Okay, so apparently there's this filter that gives you an accurate nickname based on how you look. Yeah, as if I'm gonna believe that. Okay, what's my nickname? Let's see.
So, your crew is what again? Got it. So yeah, this show that exists. I heard about it in like Skeleton Crew, and legitimately I thought it was going to be something different. Because I thought it was going to be like, okay, we have like, because I didn't hear much about it besides Skeleton Crew, and I heard the idea of what Skeleton Crew means, being a small crew. And I thought it was a series on like, sort of like, by the way, we have this ship that we're sort of like driving around, maybe like doing deliveries, maybe doing this, and technically we need like, what would make it really efficient would be like 10 people who are here doing stuff. But nope. This show's good. It's really entertaining. I don't have much to talk about it because I don't know. It's not going to be a short. It's not going to be 3 minutes. It's not going to be a full 10. It's fun. It's entertaining. And besides a couple of things which I'm going to say spoilers, besides one, there's a robot, and his whole design looks awesome. Definitely the moments where you have like this, it's like a robot that's not really working, so it's a little bit broken, and you see like something pop out of the eye. I'm like, oh, it doesn't feel like the same way that you might see like gore with humans and that happening, but it just goes, oh, why is that there? But yeah, let's move on. So I like the fact that it builds up this, like, what's happening, what's going on, and overall it stops and ends all of it. And I like the idea that you have a sort of Jedi who I don't know was trained or anything, or like even half trained, later on be like, turn into a villain, turn into the bad guy. And I know there's one in the series that was cancelled because I know a lot of people didn't like it, but besides the point. The one thing I do like about this is he's here. He does his, like, he's looks like a Jedi. When you learn more about him, he's like, who are you? And what do you want? And it becomes more and more creepier. And it's like, okay, I don't trust you. And you learn more about that, and every time, I'm ignoring about the time because I want to talk about a couple other things that you learn is so interesting. I also love that one of the characters has sort of like cybernetic enhancements in a way, definitely with like the visor and like some things. But the one thing I like more specifically, rather than, by the way, this looks cool, and I feel like this is the first time that you have, besides one like nearly robot-looking cyborg, I don't think there's many main like characters. I don't know if there's like one off the side or maybe one thing, but there's not many main people who are sort of like cybernetic. But I like the whole thing about like, oh, I can't do sometimes things because like some things mess up with like her things in my head, and it's like sometimes I can't do things that everyone else can do. And I like that. I also like the idea that immediately when the kids come back, it's like no one trusts them because you just left, and from their perspective, it's like, oh, I'm an ambassador. Oh, this person can be trusted. Lead the way. I can show you where we need to go. And I like it. But I think it's a really interesting show. So yeah, I think it's interesting. I like the dynamics. And weirdly enough, a lot of people are going to be like, oh, what about like these are, you can have sort of like children. Do you get like them being like, oh, these are like child? They are really good actors. But I do think this is worth watching. So yeah. I hope you enjoy and good night. Hello, we're doing this. So if you look here, I'm going to do a 1 minute one because I want to talk about it. It's mostly going to be focusing on if you see the big video.
the clip is mostly going to be focusing on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, because that would be like an easy thing to clip. And I don't, for anyone watching the clip, the other side just says Monday, Tuesday, but when you can see Thursday, it's just as free, but it's basically what the Thursday says. This is my first time on Friday being like late, because usually I'm like 5. But I'm doing Friday as well for the sort of like late. I'm also doing Cuphead on Friday, because I feel like then I can go into the next day and being like, gonna be up a bit later, who cares, don't need to worry about it too much, it's just gonna happen, I'm fine with it. And it'll be more like, yeah, sure, it's a thing. But yeah, that's sort of a clip. Here's the new update look. You can, I can't do this. This is so hard. Also, all of a sudden created episodes for the future. Okay. Yeah. They just be recording those. Okay. Okay. Oh wait, no. Yeah, it's just this I've been working on. Okay, which is more colors. That goes into there. That goes in there. Also, insanity.
I could hear you.
Gregory, you won't die. Death only.
So yeah, the past is now the present, and I am confused. So yeah, this series was this. I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch it because this looks weird. Weird in the best way. I'm like, why is it 8 o'clock? Why are 3 people looking away from it? I don't know. But when I saw it and saw what it was about, I was like, okay, this is interesting. I don't know what this is, but this is interesting. I would like to know what this is. See, like, what this is about, and, like, what, in general, I'm not repeating myself. But it's the general idea of, like, I would like to know what, like, I'm looking at, because this looks interesting. And I like the whole mechanic of it. If I'm correct. Yeah. About being, like, jumping into the past through photos, I think is interesting. And overall, like, a fun idea. I also like the idea, because this is like this thing where, like, if you have actually I'll leave that later, but, like, I like the idea of, like, the sort of powers is really interesting, and learning development and learning how, like, hard it is really interesting overall. Definitely through some of the stories I find really fun and sad and depressing, because it's like you can't change the past always, and I really like that. The one thing I also do like about this is I watched season 1 not knowing that this is season 2, so I was caught off guard. where season 2 ended. 1, this guy gets shot, and 2, they finally say, like, oh, by the way, there's this villain. Because there's this person who was in, like, the first episode and then brought back later. And then she dies out of her control. And it's so effed up how they do it. Because from the outside perspective, it's so miserable. And it's like, but in reality, it is so much more. It is so traumatic. And like, what is this? I'm not going to talk about season 2, but it's so effed up what they do. But yeah, it is really dark. But most of the points I want to talk about are in season 2. This just looks like a detective stuff, and it's really good for that. And it's not as dark until like the end bit. But I really do like this. So I hope you enjoyed, and good night.
This, take this, take this, take this, take this.
All right, that's good enough for today, Ted. We've got everything we need.
Take this, take this, take this.
You can stand aside now. We understand exactly what's needed here.
Can you repair?
Yes.
You got identification?
Very good, Yasmin Khan. Does the doctor know you're out this late by yourself?
I don't think we've met before.
Such linear creatures. And that message in pen on the palm of your hand that no one knows about. WWTDD. What would the doctor do?
How could you know that?
How does she choose you? Any of you? So unremarkable.
Take your hands off me right now.
Quick! Professor Song, has the food disappointed you?
As I was saying, Your Majesty, if it's a new head you're after, this is the guide to the very best.
Don't touch that. Give that back to me.
The Diary of River Song, the ultimate guide to the Time Lord known as the Doctor.
Don't you dare touch that!
Long live the king.
I love it. It's like, to save your posterior. When in reality it probably is. To save your life. It's like, to save your posterior. When really to save your ass. Okay. Someone who does movie. Okay, through all your battles and all your rhymes, you have failed and perished 139 times. Yeah. Okay, so save scenario. Okay, inputs in. Ability. Shit. So I hear we're in trouble. I hear we could die. I'm going to do this first because this is easier. Because one, this allows you to see the tree, because that's fun. I'm going to put requirements and all that stuff so you don't get immediate access to everything. Intro stuff. Wrong thing. I don't know how I did this, but because it's going to come up later, I'm going to do it. Someone recommended me to get some of the Moriarty books. So I did. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 was held back a bit, which is why it's coming later. 6 and 7.
This is sort of my Christmas thing. Someone recommended me to get it because it was like really interesting. Also, again, it is a bit backwards. And also, technically I might do a specific thing. There's a place near me where you can do a book sale. I got 7 twice by accident. But sure, I've got 2 7s. I think it's because of like a deal. No, it probably is. Anyway.
Unlikely things to say when running for president.
Yes, we can. Lock her up. Drain the swamp. Hands face space. Oh my God. I can't stop. Speaking in threes. Someone please help.
So yeah. Oh no. There's more. So yeah. I've said this a while. It was like really a while. But like, I think 2 days ago? I don't know. Let me just check. I don't know why I'm looking at this because this is the YouTube thing and it doesn't probably tell me when it was uploaded. Besides the thing, it's on my phone, but not on YouTube videos, I think. But it's one of the things I find really interesting because, again, I wanted to start watching Aliens because overall, I thought I'm going to look into the sort of like, I want to look at this new Alien thing, and I wanted to watch some of the old Aliens. So I was like, okay, I'm going to watch some of the old ones, see what they're like, see what's in them, and then talk about them. Say what I thought I liked about it, what I didn't like about it, what I thought was like good or bad. So I did. And I did know a bit about that the first one was a bit different. And I have seen one scene. I'm not going to talk about it right now because, again, if I'm talking about one specific scene, that is definitely spoilers in full. But overall, I thought this was really good. How it started, how it sort of built, because with the first one, you don't know it's an alien. And I will say xenomorph now because, again, it's one of the things, if I watch a sequel to something, recommendation, the first one exists. So I wouldn't, that's one thing which I don't get when some people watch a sequel and then watch a review of a sequel and it's like, oh, you spent time in the first one. Shouldn't you go watch the first one? Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just confused. Maybe I'm an idiot. Fully valid options. But you know that these exist. Also, I don't know if they name it in this. But it's really intense in this. Which is what I like. The intensity of like, ooh, what's here? What is going on here? And I love it because of that. It's so fun, so intense. With all of this. And you slowly get the action. And when you get the action, there's one scene, again, talking to you later. That's like, yeah, 3 days ago. 3 days ago, there's one scene where I was like, what? And throughout the movie, it really puts the pedal to the metal. So yeah, why don't we talk about those scenes? So yeah, a couple of the scenes I think are good in this is, one, when you see it, you get two things to be like how much bad they are. And that is some people having the ammunition. And I love the scene where they're like, wait, we're above a nuclear reactor and the bullets could set them off. I'm like, great. And absolutely think this is interesting. And when they actually fight it, which is a bit later, jeez, what they do is so intense. And I love at the beginning, it's like no one believes her. And then when you slowly have these people die one by one, it's like people, like not even one by one, literally one by one. Well, when you see them die, you see the rest of them being like, this is real. And actually start like being like, we actually need to deal with this. And some of the stuff in there about like, in the end, you realize that the whole plan was to kill all of them and have the one scientist have 2 of them have the facehuggers get them, get the aliens out of them, and sort of use them as a biological weapon, which there's an entire army that you are literally sacrificing because it's like, oh, that's, we can sacrifice him, they can die. It was like, are you fucking kidding me? These are human lives here. Right? You are like putting on the like, by the way, I don't care if you die. It's like, are you kidding me? This is literally horror when you see them boom, boom. And then when he dies, it's so satisfying. It's like, I also like, even if the Symphozoid does die in this, because in the first one, the Symphozoid was bad. And I didn't know they were going to do the same thing again, but they didn't. He actually, like, saved the day, and you have his moment of, like, oh, is he? But he didn't. And I found that so interesting in that, like, I like that also that this builds. This does what I think a sequel does. And I think I think, like, some people like Straw Hat Goofy and some other people have said, like, this sort of, like, I think it was Straw Hat Goofy? I don't know. I forget people. I forget. I don't even remember the exact scene, but I've heard, like, so many people talk about, like, this is how you do a sequel. Where it's not one alien, it's aliens. It's more of what the last one had, bigger and more louder. I also heard, and I have said it in the first one, that this is different, which is what I did know, about the first one, which you can tell this is far more action than it was. Also, I think I've said this in one of the streams, that someone told me, because I know who told me, there was someone doing the thing where it's like taking a scene, and it's a scene where like they first walk in to like the science area, and then it's one of those things where one person like holds sort of a gun, and the director said, oh, that was a Steadicam. And I was like, that's clever, no one knows what a Steadicam is. So like, you'd be like, oh, this is a thing. And then we're like, oh yeah, that's a thing. Like, people would be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That's a part of the world, and that exists. So I like it just because of how, like, they just like, and here it is. And here's the gun we have. Because I don't know how many people know what a sort of like Steadicam is. I don't know. It's really interesting. Again, also, the other scene which I did know about, because I have seen it before, is the very end. Which is basically, she holds up this gun with a flamethrower, and the simple reaction that she has, and is set up, is the Queen Alien looks at her, she looks up, you see 2 xenomorphs, just like, I think like the shadow of them just go, and from the other side, and then you have her go, point the flamethrower up, sets it up just a little bit, like I think it was like less than like 3 seconds, and then just hold it at the edge. And then the Queen sort of does this gesture with her arms, and then the creatures down here go back, and then the other side back. And I like that. No words spoken, no less than like a couple of seconds, but so clear of like, of the idea of like, I'm in danger. That's for me, and I will burn this place to the ground. And then it's like, okay, actually, I'm also in danger, because both of them are having their instincts like tested. I don't know who said it. A lot of videos I forget, but I do remember that. Again, not what I said, but so many people have talked about that scene and how it's like a motherly instinct thing, and it's really interesting. And the last thing I will say is I do know the thing about Aliens 3. I watched Tyler review it, and that is effed up. But I'll talk about that in Aliens 3, because I feel like that's that. And I shouldn't talk about that here. But yeah. So yeah. Actually, I talked about it in 2. I talked about it in 1. So yeah. It is a fake. I will talk more in depth. But it is annoying that they do it. But I do at least like this one. And I do think this is an improvement to Aliens. It is so fun and it's so interesting. So yeah, I hope you liked. I hope you enjoyed this video. So yeah, that's it. Good night.